Thanks for joining us here on Live Now Detroit. It is May 14th. I'm your host, Jamie Sherrod. It is now day 6 of the murder trial of Jaylin Brazier. Yesterday, we left off with homicide detective Sarah Markle showing some text messages that she extracted, a lengthy conversation with Jaylin Brazier and Zion Foster beginning in 2020. We heard those text messages up until December of 2021. It looks like court is getting started today. I believe her testimony will continue. We'll take you there now.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, if people recall Detective Sarah Markle.
Good morning. Understand you were previously sworn and you're still in drug. Okay.
Good morning, Detective. And yesterday we talked about a number of different phone extractions, correct?
Correct.
And before you testify at a trial like this one, when you're presented with a particular phone extraction to authenticate, is there anything that you do to confirm that report's accuracy?
I do.
And what is it that you do?
So, in preparation for court, I will receive the selected items of interest that are going to be presented at court, regardless of which party submits them. I receive those well in advance so that I have an opportunity to I have the entire phone extraction report that I did, and then I can confirm the selected pages, confirm that those are in each phone extraction as we are planning to present them in court. So I have all of this material where I can do the review, make sure that these pages in fact come from this phone as part of the review and preparation process.
Okay, and did you follow that process in this case?
I did.
And so for the exhibits that we discussed yesterday and the proposed exhibits that we're going to discuss today, did you confirm that those came from the phones that they're purporting to come from and they're not just some random document?
I did. And I do that on all of the phones just to make sure that things don't get mixed up, or, you know, if a page from a different phone is put in with stuff from this phone. I just like to verify and make sure that I am able to testify accurately and that I have been able to review this to confirm it prior to coming to court.
And yesterday, I believe we left off discussing a particular phone that's admitted into evidence as Exhibit 60. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
And again, what's the evidence number associated with that particular phone?
This is on tag number 90.
And what's the evidence description of that phone?
Blue Motorola cell phone belonging to Jaylin Brazier.
And did you perform a forensic extraction of that phone?
I did.
And I'm holding what's been marked as proposed Exhibit 70. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Is proposed Exhibit 70 just a preliminary device information report from that specific phone?
Yes, it is.
And again, if you were to go into the overall report for that phone today and generate a device information report, would you get a document that looks substantially similar to that document that you're holding in your hand that's marked as proposed Exhibit 70?
Yes.
Thank you. I'd move to admit proposed Exhibit 70.
It was admitted yesterday.
And I'm sorry, I couldn't remember whether we got that far.
I have it on the list.
Okay. All right, terrific. Sorry about that.
It's all right.
Okay, so, and again, if we look at Exhibit 70, just to make sure that we, and I think we may have covered this yesterday now that I think about it. The phone number associated with this particular device, what would that phone number be?
313-516-7046.
Okay. And then I'm also holding a document that's already been admitted as Exhibit 71. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
That particular document, is that a set of messages that came from this specific device?
It is.
And is that like a, I'm just going to publish this really quick, 1 second. If we go to that document, is it fair to say that document skips some pages? So if we look at the first page, it's number 1, and the second page is number 8.
Correct.
And then the third page, it goes all the way to 103.
Yes.
And so this is just sort of a subset of the messages with a specific number on that phone?
Yes.
Okay. And again, just to be clear, if we go all the way down to the page that's labeled as 224, that includes this message that's highlighted in blue with a specific URL in there?
Yes.
Okay. Now, have you also had an opportunity to review the sort of full set of messages with the specific phone number at issue here?
I have.
And is that phone number the number that's reflected here at the top of page 1 on Exhibit 71?
Yes.
Okay.
The phone number ending in 6615.
And so just to be clear, these messages then would be messages between the device that you extracted and that external number ending
Correct.
6615?
Correct.
Okay. Now I'm holding what's been marked as proposed exhibit 71A. Is it your understanding that this disc just contains the full set of messages with that specific number?
Yes.
So it would include the pages that were trimmed out of Exhibit 71?
It would.
Okay. And is it also your understanding that the content on this disc has been redacted for some sexually explicit images?
Yes.
And again, other than those redactions, if you were to go into this phone extraction and run this report for messages with that number ending 6615 today, would you get a report that looks like what's on Exhibit 71A?
Yes.
Okay. And I move to admit Exhibit 71A, Your Honor.
No objection.
All right, submitted.
Thank you. I'm not going to ask you any more questions about that particular report, but I'm also holding what's been marked as Exhibit 61. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Taking a look at Exhibit 61, what's the evidence tag, again, associated with that particular phone?
This is on tag number 89.
And what's the evidence description of that phone?
A black Apple iPhone in a green and black case belonging to Jaylin Brazier.
Okay, and along with the last phone that we talked about, is this another phone that you performed an extraction of last summer?
Yes.
Okay, and I want to ask you about a couple of documents from that particular report. First, I'm holding what's been marked as proposed Exhibit 72. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Would proposed Exhibit 72 be just, again, the device information report for this particular phone that's been admitted into evidence as Exhibit 61?
Yes, it is.
And again, if you were to go into the full report for that phone again today and generate just that preliminary report, would it look something like the document that you're holding in your hand?
Yes.
And with that, I move to admit proposed Exhibit 72, Your Honor.
No objection.
Submitted.
And if we pull this up, Exhibit 72. Again, just looking at that sort of basic device information, we get. Is there an Apple ID that's listed here?
Yes, there is.
And what's that ID?
abamisho24@gmail.com.
Okay. And then if we have you had an opportunity to look at some of the other content on that particular phone?
Yes.
And if we, I want to start with proposed exhibit 74. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
What's proposed exhibit 74?
This is from the data files section. This particular page lists 2 videos, and on the list of 2 videos, it just provides the name of the video, some of the metadata or embedded information about the video, and then just a little screenshot or snippet from the video to like the first frame of the video.
And when it comes to a video, what do you mean by metadata?
The metadata is information from within that video. So if you were to take a picture with your phone, it would include like the date and time that that picture was taken. For the video, it will include, if you are the one taking the video, the information about when you took that video. If it's a download, when it was downloaded, so when it appears on your device.
Okay, and for the 2 videos reflected in that particular report, proposed exhibit 74, again, if you were to go into the overall extraction for the phone today and try to generate a report about the available metadata for those 2 videos, would you get something that looks substantially similar to proposed exhibit 74?
Yes.
And is it fair to say, though, that the images have some redactions in there?
Correct, yes.
Okay. And I'm also holding what's been marked as proposed exhibit 86. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
And again, what would proposed exhibit 86 be?
This is a page also from the data files. In this document, it's from the documents section. There are 2 items. Both of them are PDF documents.
Okay, and do those PDF files have a name?
On here, they are untitled 12 PDF and untitled 13 PDF.
And again, does that report just show the available metadata for those 2 particular PDF files?
Yes.
And again, if you were to go into the overall extraction for the phone today and try to generate a report of the available metadata for those 2 PDF files, would you get something that looks substantially similar to proposed exhibit 86?
Yes.
Okay. And then did you also have an opportunity to look at the available web browsing data on this particular phone that we've been talking about?
Yes.
And I'm holding what's been marked as proposed exhibit 73. Is it your understanding that this contains a sort of full report of all the available browsing data that was available on that phone?
Yes, that's correct.
And similar to what we looked at yesterday for one of the other phones, does that just kind of show the names of the pages that were visited and the times of visits and things like that?
Yes.
And is it your understanding that what's on proposed exhibit 73 also contains a report that's filtered for the search term cousin that would limit basically just browsing data to the extent that that data includes the term cousin?
Yes.
Okay. And again, if you were to go into the overall report and generate those 2 reports again, would you get something substantially similar to what's on proposed exhibit 73?
Yes, it would.
Okay. I'm going to, with that, move for the admission of proposed exhibits 73, 74, and 86.
Mr. Brad, any objection?
No, I'm here.
Thank you. And I will, I'll reserve publication at this time, and I don't have any other questions.
Addressing the deletion.
Good morning, Sergeant.
Good morning.
Now, you indicated that you do a number of extractions on phones?
Yes.
Okay. In this particular case, did you do more than one extraction on phones that you believe to be attributable to Mr. Brazier?
Yes.
Okay. And do you compare the different data that's extracted from each, I guess, extraction from the previous one to see if there's new information that may be garnered on a subsequent extraction?
Are you referring to like a line to line?
Yes, do you compare? So if you do an extraction the first time and then you do another extraction sometime later in the future, do you compare the different extractions to see whether or not it's substantially the same information or new information?
No, I don't do a detailed line for line comparison with a new extraction.
Okay. Is there a particular reason why you don't? Just curiosity.
Not really. We would have presumably already reviewed the other one, or the first one, and there is a brief way to do kind of a comparison looking at the index, but to do like a line for line extraction, unless there was some major difference, then no, there wouldn't be.
Okay. Do you still have a copy of exhibit number? Let me get the right exhibit number. I believe it is 69.
No.
And that is, from your understanding, that is a copy of the totality of the text from Miss Foster's phone with the contact Fable, correct?
Correct.
Okay. If you could go to page 80. And if you could read the texts that are illustrated on that page.
Yes. Do you only want me to read the body of the text, or
Oh, if you could
with
read,
other information?
if you could read who it's from and the body of the text.
The first message on the top of page 80 is from Zion Foster to the contact Favo.
Yes.
And the message reads, "I want to die." The next message is also an outgoing from this phone that says "literally."
Okay.
And the third on this page is an incoming from the contact Favo that reads, "All 'cause you want to live on the edge."
Okay. And could you read the first message on page 81?
Yes, 81, starting at the top, is an outgoing message from this phone, and the message reads, "I'm running away."
Okay. And that's from
from the phone belonging to Zion Foster to the contact Fabo.
Okay, if you could scroll, or flip to page 77. If you could read the last text message on page 77.
Yes, that is an outgoing text from the phone belonging to Zion Foster. The message reads, "I'm going to kill myself."
Okay. And if you could go to page 635, if you could read the text on that particular page. Yes.
The first message on this page is an incoming from the contact listed as Fabo that reads, "Before I go back to sleep."
Oh, and I apologize. I'm sorry. Could you start with page 633, the last text message on page 633, and continue through to page 635?
Okay, the bottom of page 633, the last one on this page is an outgoing message from the phone belonging to Zion Foster. The message reads, "Jaylin." Starting at the top of page 634, there is an incoming text that reads, "What's up?" Next is an outgoing text that reads, "Question." And the final one on this page is an incoming that says, "Ask." Starting at the top of 635 is another incoming message that says, "Before I go back to sleep." And the second one on page 635 is an outgoing message that says, "Oh yeah." And then the final one is another outgoing message that says, "It's AB Trina Hare."
Okay, and if you could just read the text messages on 636.
Starting at the top of 636 is an outgoing message that reads, "How do I ask if she wants it done?" The next is an incoming message. The message reads, "She said how much?" And then the final message on page 636 is another outgoing that reads, "What does she want done?"
Okay. If you could read starting on page 269.
Right, on the top of page 269, would
Yes.
you like me to read the whole page?
Yes.
Starting on page 269, the top message is an outgoing message that reads, "YK, the ex I had you drive me to." Next is another outgoing message that reads, "We not supposed to be talking RN, but his uncle died." And the last one on this page is also another outgoing text that reads, "And he want me to see him."
Okay, thank you. If you could read the text messages that are contained on page 381.
And 381, the first message is an outgoing message that reads, yeah. The second is also an outgoing message that reads, I have a stress headache. And the final message on this page is also an outgoing message that reads, and I'm upset, so I'm nauseous.
Okay, and if you could read the text message contained on page 382.
Starting at the top is an incoming message that reads, go to sleep, bro. The next is also an incoming message that says, good night. I'm going to sleep now. I hope you feel better. And the last on this page is an outgoing message that says, I used to get sad at the person I am, and now I can't even cry.
Okay, and it's from your understanding with the information, those two different page numbers, 381 and 382, consisted on the same day, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, Sergeant, did you have an opportunity to go through and examine Ms. Foster's iCloud account?
Not in any great detail. I did kind of do a preliminary scan. I looked through some of it, but I guess I don't follow the investigations as they continue. So I do the reviews or assist with an analysis as much as I can, but
Okay.
I may or may not have the details. So I kind of do a preliminary or a light analysis, I could say.
Okay, and you didn't find any information or evidence to suggest that that particular iCloud was manipulated or certain things were deleted from there, did you?
Deleted as in, so the records are returned to a search warrant, so I just, we receive what is provided from the search warrant. If you mean deleted by me, if I'm looking at it, no.
No.
But the history of it, I couldn't tell you offhand.
Okay, so nothing perked your antennas up, so to speak, as to anything being manipulated from that particular account, from your observation, correct?
Not that I recall.
Okay, fair enough. Now, when somebody views something on the web, sometimes there's information that is retrievable as far as the history, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Would it be fair to say that some of that information is stored maybe like in a cache?
It could be stored in, the traces would be stored in a cache.
Okay. And would it be fair to say that sometimes at certain points that cache is automatically deleted? Say for instance, if somebody's memory is running low, the computer or phone would then erase previous information to allocate space to new information, correct?
It's possible.
Okay.
In the settings, each user can set up their settings to store various information for however long they want.
Okay, and it would be fair that by default there's a factory settings that's already pre-programmed as far as how much information can be stored before it is then deleted to save space or make space for new information, correct?
I don't know that there's a default that will automatically do that because of the way technology works. Your default could be to delete it, but your default could also be to back up to a cloud account, or you could purchase more space. So there are different methods that could be employed to save or delete.
Okay, and as far as Mr. Brazier's phone, you don't know exactly how those settings were programmed?
I'm not sure off the top of my head now. I'm not sure.
Okay, was that part of your analysis?
Which phone?
Any phone, any and every phone.
Well, the first phone I know was limited in data, and there were events that showed a factory reset, so that was deleted. The Motorola phone, I don't remember that there were, I know that we were able to extract data from it. I don't believe there was, I don't know if there were signs of a factory reset on that or not. The iPhone from last summer, that I didn't think there were, but I would have to look at the actual device events page just to make sure that I'm correct.
Okay. And you stated the second phone, you said you don't believe that there was any signs of a factory reset. You weren't questioned on that during direct examination, were you?
No.
Okay. And if it was, that would have been something that you would have at least reduced to writing, correct?
No. A specific event?
No, if there was evidence that that particular device had been factory resetted, you would have reduced that information to writing, correct?
No.
You would not have generated some type of written report that would indicate that this particular device that you were extracting had been factory reset?
No, I don't put those particulars in a written report. The extraction in its entirety is the complete report.
Okay, so to be fair, that information would be contained in a written report, whether or not you read it or if it was computer generated.
It would be in the computer generated extraction report, not something that I would author.
Okay. But you would be in possession of that report, correct?
I would be the one generating that report, so yes.
Okay, fair enough. Now, if we go back to exhibit number 35, I'm not sure if you have a copy of that.
No, are we?
Exhibit 35, we're done with
We're
that
done
for
with
right
this
now.
one?
Yes. Okay, yeah, I can put it up. Just now, Sergeant, this is, if we can go to page 36. Now, Sergeant, this is I guess a compiled list of some of the items that were deleted from the web search history?
Correct.
Okay. And you don't know whether or not these particular items were automatically deleted, such for reasons as a lack of memory, or if they were actually physically deleted by an individual. Would that be a fair statement?
Yes and no. I don't know that it would delete automatically because of lack of memory on a device. It could be a default setting to delete after a certain amount of time. That would go into play, but
you don't know, because you don't know what the settings were
Correct.
programmed.
Correct.
Now, is that something that you normally try to evaluate as part of your process of analyzing a particular phone? What settings there would be that could possibly delete information?
Not necessarily. I'm looking at the information contained.
Okay.
Looking for patterns or the data, but
Okay, fair enough. Now, if you're being called to testify about certain deleted items, couldn't you foresee a question being asked is how this particular information was deleted? Was it by the system itself or by a user? That's a foreseeable question, correct?
I wouldn't foresee any questions one way or the other. I do the best I can to prepare and be able to authenticate the information, but any questions surrounding any particular chunk of data, I wouldn't be able to foresee what types of questions or why such questions would be asked.
Okay. And if we look at item number 70 and 71, that appears to be Kroger.com?
171?
170 and 171, I'm sorry.
Okay, yes.
Okay.
Up here, 170, 171. Kroger.
Okay, and
Correct.
if we go all the way over to the right column, that would indicate that those particular searches were deleted?
Correct.
Okay, and that also would go for the Amazon.com?
Correct.
Okay, so it'd be fair to say that there are a lot of just general sites in this particular compilation of items that were deleted, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Things, in your opinion, that had no evidentiary value to this particular case, correct? In your opinion?
I would agree.
Okay. Would you also agree that there were searches of porn in this particular compilation?
Yes.
Okay. And you would agree that none of the searches for porn sites or visits of porn sites had anything to do with a cousin in this particular search. You would agree to that, correct?
This is the Samsung cell phone, is it right? I believe this is from the Samsung. So yes, I would.
You would agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. Now, as far as a factory reset, what steps would an individual have to take if they had Mr. Brazier's exact phone? Could you walk us through the steps?
Sure. So within the settings section, there is an option to, and I don't remember the exact tab.
Oh, so we don't want to
might be under
don't
the
speculate.
Security tab. I can give you a general. Am I going to give every single by memory where in the settings?
Okay.
I'm not going to say I won't miss a step.
Okay, that's fair enough. That's fair. So it'd be fair to
Right.
say that you don't know every single step it would take in order for a factory reset to be completed, correct?
I know every step, but for me to recite every step from memory and not go through the phone and show you, I wouldn't trust my memory.
Okay.
If I had the phone, of course I know the steps that would need to be taken.
So in other words, if you had the phone in front of you, you could figure it out. You could figure a factory reset out, correct?
Correct.
But as far as articulating the steps, you wouldn't be in a position to do that right now, correct?
I would not say that my memory is not going to skip a step, whether it's in a user setting or a security setting. The settings section contains a lot. And because different phones operate in different ways, I don't want to skip a step and then not be accurate.
Okay. And if we can go to 194, well, page 41, I'm sorry, item 194 on page 41. Is this 35B? Page 190, oh, item 194, I'm sorry.
194.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay, now Sergeant, could you just identify for the record what items 194 and 195 are?
Yes, these are from the webmd.com,
Okay.
both of them.
Okay. And you wouldn't know exactly, I guess, would it be a fair statement that exactly what was looked on WebMD, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You don't know if somebody could possibly been looking for possible reasons or ways that a person could die suddenly, correct? You wouldn't know that, right?
Not from these two searches, no.
Okay. you would know whether or not, if somebody was looking, if a certain drug could cause an overdose. You would know that, correct?
From these two line items, no.
Okay. Now, is it possible that a software update could trigger a reset on the phone?
I've never seen that.
You've never seen it, or is it impossible?
That a software update
A software update. If a
I'm sorry, if you could clarify, are we talking about software, like my Cellbrite software update?
No, not your Cellbrite.
Oh.
But if somebody has a particular device and it gets an over-the-air update or a plug-in update to a computer, is it possible that that particular update could trigger the phone to do a factory reset? If you know.
I've never heard of such a thing happening.
Okay, but you wouldn't know whether or not it could, if it's possible. Would that be fair?
Correct.
Now, you also stated that there are always limitations when it comes to trying to extract and gather information. What are your biggest challenges as far as that?
Well, there's not always limitations, but there can be limitations. So some of the limitations that I was referring to are, like I said, with a brand new phone that has just been released, or a new update to a security feature or the software on a phone. Our programs are always playing the catch-up game, because once they have to release the update, and then we have to try to figure out workarounds. And when I say we, I'm referring to the software companies, the Cellbrite software. One of the biggest challenges that I would say we regularly experience are bypassing passcodes. So a phone, the program works where it can search for a passcode, but it's not always an immediate thing. Sometimes with a new update or a new phone, that particular make and model is not supported in my software to either find the passcode or bypass that passcode. So that can result in a delay. It is not impossible. It is just a delay until the software that I use catches up and can then work around that passcode or whatever is preventing access to that data.
Okay. Now, you spoke about passcodes. Is it possible if an individual inputs the wrong passcode on a particular device enough times, could that possibly trigger a factory reset on certain devices?
It could.
Okay. And hypothetically, I mean, you would not know when you got a phone if, say, for instance, a previous law enforcement tried to get into that phone, put the wrong passcode in, and it triggered a factory reset. You wouldn't know that, how that happened, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And when you receive a phone, you're not researching the chain of command, right? Your job is to extract the phone, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so you're not asking, hey, did such and such have this phone before, and what they did with the phone. That'd be a fair statement, correct?
Right, as long as it comes with the proper legal authorization to extract the phone. If I have a phone and a search warrant, then yes, that's where I begin. I'm not, where that phone was prior to, I don't know.
Okay. I think that's one or two more questions. if you could look at Exhibit 74. Oh, you want to approach?
Sure.
Now, you stated that this was metadata from a phone that was extracted, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, as far as, are you able to ascertain whether or not this was downloaded, or was it just watched, or what can you glean from the information that you are provided with, or you provided us?
So in one of the columns listed additional file info, there is a source file which will show that the path that this particular, I'll just talk about line item 1. The path that this particular video was contained in was from the mobile documents, the cloud documents, which would indicate, I'm sorry, yeah, okay, so the cloud documents, which would mean that it was within a cloud account, and it was a download of a, and then it provides a name of a person.
Okay.
I believe is a person.
Okay, and you don't know whether or not, I guess, certain websites that may have a video, if you click on that video, you don't know whether or not it would trigger an automatic download in order to watch that particular video versus being able to watch that video, say per se, on the web itself, if that makes sense.
It does make sense, I believe, but I wouldn't be able to determine that through this line item. That would require a little more digging into the path that this, how this appeared on the phone, that actual path that downloads to the cloud to then the documents that I'm looking at.
Okay, and did you do any additional analysis to determine whether or not that was possible or that happened in this particular incident?
I did not myself.
Okay. And just one more question in regards to if you could look in Exhibit 69, if you could go to page 86. And if you could read the text messages that are contained on page 86.
Okay, page 86, the top message.
And I apologize, I didn't mean to cut you off, I apologize. If you could start on page 84 and read through page 86, I apologize.
Okay, the top message on page 84 is an incoming message from the contact Favu, and there was an attachment that is not here to be viewed. The next is an outgoing message that reads "yeah." The last on this page is another outgoing text message that you'd like me to continue editing.
Yeah, you
that
could,
word?
you could read it for for what it says.
I'm asking you if you'd
I
like
have
me to
no,
read
I have
it
no,
word
I have
for
no
word.
problem. I have no problem.
Okay. The last on this, my other nigga just left. The top of page 85 is another outgoing message that says, I need to do better. The second, on page 85, is an incoming message that reads, and still no pill. And then the final on page 85 is an outgoing message that says, yep. And then page 86, the first is an incoming message that reads, okay, good, now chill, TF out. Next is an outgoing message that says, no, I'm saying no pill. And then the final on page 86 is an incoming that says, welcome to parenthood.
Thank you. Thank you, Sergeant. No further questions.
Yes. Detective Markle, if you look at Exhibit 33 again, showing the device events from the defendant's first Samsung. Again, what was the date of the factory reset?
January 7th, 2022.
Okay, and then I want to briefly just show you it's something that's been admitted already as Exhibit 20.
So they're saying her phone pinged through here. You don't mind if we?
Yeah, I'll give you permission.
Just to.
Okay, cool. Last time I spoke with my I see it right now. She's with her best friend.
And do you see the date up here? What's that date?
January 6th, 2022.
Okay, so that would be the date before the factory reset?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Nothing further.
Any requests?
No.
Any questions from the jury? Seeing none, may be accepted.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, the people call Courtney Steeg.
Will you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you are about to give before this court today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please take your seat at the witness stand.
Good afternoon. Ma'am, you'll be asked a series of questions. Please wait till these questions are fully asked before you respond. You can only have one person talking at a time. Please try to avoid a natural tendency for nonverbal answers such as shrugs of the shoulder, nods, the head as well as because those don't translate into the record. If there's an objection, please stop talking until it's resolved. Please keep your voice up, and if you would, please say your name and spell it.
Courtney Stieg, Courtneeestieg.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ma'am, could you tell the jury what you do for a living currently?
I'm an analyst with the Detroit Police Department.
And how long have you been employed with the Detroit Police Department?
About 3 years.
And what's the focus of your work as an analyst?
I do forensic analysis of cellular call detail records and tower mapping.
Okay. And have you been in that role the whole 3 years that you've been with the Detroit Police Department?
No, a little over 2 years.
Okay. And what sort of training do you have in that field of forensic analysis of cell phone records and tower analysis?
I've taken training in courtroom excellence. I've taken training in Microsoft Excel. That's the format that most of my records come back in. I've taken online training in something called PLX, which is the mapping system that I use for the records, as well as attending multiple out-of-state seminars for training for this type of work. I've taken training with the FBI in something called CASVIZ, which is a mapping system to use for cellular records, as well as over 80 hours of one-on-one training with a fellow expert in the field.
Okay. And did you happen to do some analysis in connection with this case?
Yes, I did.
And we've heard some previous testimony about a concept known as timing advance. Was your analysis centered on timing advance records or other types of records?
Other types of records.
And what types of records were you able to analyze?
I analyze historic call detail records.
And was it for a specific phone number?
Yes, it was.
And I'm just going to show you briefly what's been something that's been admitted as People's Exhibit 71. Do you see that message in blue on the screen?
Yes.
Are you able to see the phone number of the records that you analyzed for this case?
Yes.
And is it that 313-925-6615 number?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And so just to be clear, when you're talking about call detail records and analyzing call detail records, what do you mean by call detail records?
It's historic information from a particular target phone number. It will show information such as what type of activity is on the phone calls, text messages, sometimes other things like data session or timing advance information. It will show a date, a time, duration, and an area of where the tower is located that the phone connected to during that activity.
Okay, and based on, when you do this type of analysis, based on getting just that sort of basic record of where the tower for a particular call is located, is there any way that you can analyze the possible location of the phone at the time that record was generated?
I can tell you a tower that a device is utilizing during the activity that is being analyzed.
Okay. And this sort of process that you use to analyze call detail records, is that something you just came up with, or is that something that's used more widely within the law enforcement community?
It's used more widely within the law enforcement community.
And have you ever testified as an expert in the field of historical call detail record analysis and tower mapping?
Yes, I have. 8 times.
Okay. And has any court ever declined to find that you're qualified to testify as an expert in that field?
No, they have not.
Your Honor, with that, I move to. I'm sorry. I'll pass for any more here. Next expertise.
No questions.
Thank you, Your Honor. With that, I would just ask that the witness be deemed qualified to testify as an expert in the field of historical call detail records and tower analysis.
Based upon her education, training, and experience, self-qualified pursuant to LRE 702.
Thank you, Your Honor. And I'm holding what's been marked as a proposed Exhibit 75. It is a disc that contains a certified copy of call detail records for the number 313-925-6615. And I would just move for that to be admitted under Michigan Rule of Evidence 902 subsection 11.
Any objection?
No objection.
Very good.
Thank you, Your Honor. And, ma'am, in terms of the records that I just discussed in this, are these the records that you utilized for purposes of your analysis in this case?
Yes, they are.
Okay. And did you prepare a handful of reports that summarize some of the analysis that you did in connection with your analysis of this specific number?
I did.
Okay. And I'm holding what's, we're going to walk through some but not all of these reports. I'm holding first what's been marked as proposed exhibit 76. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
What is proposed exhibit 76?
This is a calls report for target phone number 313-925-6615.
Okay, and does the data reflected in that report come from the call detail records that you had for that number?
Yes, I do.
And does it summarize those records in some way?
It does.
And how does it summarize, or how does it limit those records?
This shows the target, the date, the time, the type of activity, and who the target was talking to, the number that the target was communicating with during that activity.
Okay, and that particular summary, is that limited to activity with a particular number?
Yes.
And what is the number that activity is limited with?
This is contact with the phone number of 313-516-7046.
Okay. And again, if you were to go back into the call detail records today and prepare another summary, would you get a summary that looks kind of like the document that you're holding in your hand that's marked as proposed exhibit 76?
Yes, it would.
I move to admit proposed exhibit 76.
No objection.
And may I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
So just looking through this briefly, if we look at row 1 of the data, what's sort of the basic information that we're looking at here in just each row, starting with row 1?
This shows the target phone number that's being analyzed, the date of the activity, the time of the activity, the duration, what type of activity it is, such as voice, text, or data, the call status, the direction, so whether it's ingoing or outgoing to the target number, as well as the ID, contact ID or phone number that this target is in communication with.
Okay, and again, all these rows, if we're going from page 1 all the way down to page 32, we're looking at communications with the same number, is that correct?
Yes.
And if we start, what's the first date of those communications?
July 12th of 2022.
Okay, and then if we go back to Exhibit 71, page 1, do you see the date range, or the date that's reflected here?
Yes.
Is that the same date?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And then back to Exhibit 76, if we go all the way down to the last date, what's the final date of the communications?
October 2nd of 2022.
Okay, and again, if we go back to Exhibit 71 and go back to the last page, number 229, what's the date here?
October 2nd of 2022.
Is that the same date?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And then looking at that number, that 313-516-7046 number, I just want to pull up one other exhibit really quick. In looking at, sorry, 1 second. Looking at exhibit 36 rather, do you see the number reflected here at the top of the page?
Yes, I do.
Is that same number?
Yes.
Okay. And so all we're looking at here basically is showing that the two numbers communicated with each other during this date range. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And I'm also holding what's been marked as proposed exhibit 78. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
What is proposed exhibit 78?
This is a calls report and tower map for the target phone number of 313-925-6615.
Okay, and does that report, is that a fair and accurate depiction of part of the analysis that you did in connection with mapping the records from that 925-6615 number?
Yes, it is.
And does that just show a tower associated with that number on a particular date?
Yes, this shows the tower that this phone utilized during a phone call.
Okay. And what's the date of that particular phone call?
This is July 11th of 2022.
Okay. And Your Honor, with that, I move to admit proposed exhibit 77. I'm sorry, is that 77?
78.
78, I'm sorry. 78.
No objection.
All right, it's admitted.
And may I publish?
Yes.
Okay, and again, so kind of walk us through where it says row 1. What does that one row of data reflect as a general matter?
This is for target number 313-925-6615. It shows the date and the time and duration of a phone call for contact ID 313-739-3749.
Okay. And what is the little wedge that's in blue on the sort of right side of the map reflect?
That represents the tower that was utilized for this phone call.
Okay. And how about we've had some testimony about sectors associated with tower. Did you have information about a specific sector associated with that tower for purposes of this communication?
Yes. So the small dot over on the right-hand side, that represents the physical tower. And then the lines going out from that represent a call sector, which is the intended coverage area given from the provider, stating that is most likely where the device is located, somewhere within that range.
And what's the area of the map that's reflected with the red marker?
The red location dot represents Macomb Correctional Facility.
Okay, and is that Macomb Correctional Facility within the coverage area of this specific tower and sector?
It is. It is a little bit outside, but seeing how we're working with radio waves when it comes to cell phones, they don't necessarily stay within the lines of the sectors. So sometimes we find that it is a little bit outside of the sector, but it is very close.
Okay. But would it be fair to say that you can't conclude with certainty that the phone was located at Macomb Correctional Facility during this particular call?
That's correct.
Okay. But it's in the area?
Yes.
I also have what's been marked as proposed exhibits. Let's start with proposed exhibit 80. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Is proposed exhibit 80 another report that you prepared in connection with this case?
Yes, it is.
And does that kind of show similar data that we just saw in exhibit 78, but for other communications
Yes, it does.
and other dates?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, and again, would proposed exhibit 80 fairly and accurately depict some of the analysis that you did in connection with this case?
It does.
And with that, I move to admit proposed exhibit 80.
No objection.
It's admitted.
And just walking through this really quickly, here we have 4 rows of data, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And what's the overall date range reflected here?
This goes from July 31st of 2022 to October 3rd of 2022.
Okay, and there's 2 dates in between there, is that correct?
Yes.
And would these 4 rows reflect 4 separate communications on those 4 dates
Yes.
from this 313925 phone number?
Yes.
Okay, and if we go to page 2, the map, again, what does this illustrate?
This illustrates the tower that the phone was utilizing during the communication.
So would it be the same tower and sector for all 4 of those communications during that time frame?
That's right.
And is this the same tower and sector from the July 11th communication that we looked at for purposes of Exhibit 78?
Yes.
Okay, so again, can you say with certainty where the phone with the 313925 number is located during this time?
No, I cannot.
But is it within the general area of this tower that is located near Macomb Correctional Facility?
Yes.
And then I want to look at, finally, proposed exhibit 81. May I approach? And is proposed exhibit 81 another report that you generated in this case?
Yes, it is.
And again, does that report fairly and accurately depict part of your analysis in this case?
It does.
And does that report just depict some mapping from after this October 2nd date range that we've been discussing?
Yes, it does.
Okay. I just moved to admit. Sorry, my numbers are mixing together in my head.
81.
81. I'm sorry. Thank you. Move to admit proposed exhibit 81.
No objection.
All right, so and this is another call report, good tower minute.
Yes, Your Honor. And so looking at this, we've got 2 rows of data that we're looking at this point.
That's right.
And what are the dates of those 2 communications?
The first one is October 6th, 2022. The second one is October 10th of 2022.
Okay, and what information, if any, do you have about the phone's location at this point in October 6th of 2022 and October 10th of 2022?
It is utilizing a tower down near Jackson, Michigan area.
Okay, so different location by that time.
Yes.
So up until this time frame, are you aware of the phone being outside of the geographical area of the Macomb Correctional Facility during that sort of July through October 2nd time frame that we discussed?
Not for any records that I've analyzed, no.
Okay, but then after that, the phone's located, and again, what is the city again, just for the record?
Jackson, Michigan.
Okay, and that's outside of Macomb County?
Yes.
Thank you, I don't have anything further.
Examination.
Yes. Good morning.
Good morning.
Now, you stated that you did your analysis based on historical call records, correct?
That's right.
Okay. And how does that differ, in your opinion, through, I guess, time? I want to say it right. The time when you get the records, the time records, as far as being able to determine how far a phone is from a particular tower.
My records and my analysis cannot determine how far away a device is exactly from a tower.
Okay. So it'd be fair to say that the historical call records are not as detailed as other records could be as far as analyzing a phone proximity to a tower.
That's
That'd be fair?
correct.
Okay. Now, you stated that on exhibit, I believe it was it 80? Yes, 80. That this particular, I guess, institution was somewhat out of the range of the sector, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you don't know exactly how far or how much coverage this particular tower could actually have, correct?
That's right.
Okay. One way to determine, I guess, how far or how much coverage a particular tower would have would be to do a drive test, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and you're familiar with a drive test, correct?
I am
Okay.
somewhat familiar with the drive test.
Okay, and in essence, a drive test, in layman's terms, because I'm not an expert, you would have some piece of equipment where you would station yourself at the base of the tower, and you would somewhat keep driving away from the tower until there would be no coverage or signal from that particular tower to try to determine how much coverage or how far that signal would project from that tower, correct?
I'm not sure exactly the process of what it takes to complete drive testing. I've never done so myself. My department does not utilize that.
Okay.
So I'm not exactly familiar with the step-by-step of how
Okay, have you ever researched drive tests before, just to get a general idea of what the process contains?
I know that drive testing is the most accurate way to test current radio waves. There's no way to drive test historic records, which is what I work in.
Okay. But a drive test would give you some type of indication how far this particular tower would project for you to probably, I guess, take that information to see whether or not it's more probable than not if that particular institution falls within the range of that tower. Would that be fair?
I can't say for sure.
Okay. Are you familiar with a propagation map?
No, I'm not.
Okay. You never heard of that before?
No, I have not.
Now, is it possible from your understanding that a phone could use a different tower for a variety of reasons, such as if a tower was down, for instance, on a particular day?
Yes.
Okay. And you wouldn't have that type of information to know whether or not if a tower was out in a particular geographical location, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And you wouldn't know if a phone changed locations if that particular phone was not used in connecting to a tower, correct?
I'm sorry, can you rephrase?
You wouldn't know if a particular phone was moved from an area if that phone was not being used to either send a text or use the voice network on that from that provider, correct?
That's correct.
So in essence, if a phone was turned off and it moved, say, from Lansing to Grand Rapids, you wouldn't be aware of that movement, correct?
Right.
Okay. And you're not able to say with certainty that this particular phone was located inside a particular facility, such as the Macomb Correctional Facility, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And had you had time in advance records, you could possibly be able to, I guess, narrow in as far as where this phone may be located, correct?
That would be possible.
Okay. And you're not trained in time in advance records?
I did not testify to timing advance records as an expert, no.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
Any questions from the jury? Seeing none, ma'am, you can step up. Counsel, will you please approach? All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's just about 12:30. We'll take an hour break for lunch. We'll have you back here so we can restart promptly at 1:30. Please be here so we can restart at 1:30. All right.
You've been watching day 6 of the murder trial of Jaylin Brazier. Today we finished hearing testimony from DPD homicide detective Sarah Markle. She talked about the remaining text messages that she showed us And also during her cross-examination, we did see messages, or hear rather, messages from Zion to Jaylin Brazier, one saying that she was running away, and another message she sent to him saying that she was going to kill herself. Also taking the stand today was Courtney Stieg, an analyst with the Detroit Police Department. She specializes in forensic analysis of cell phones. During her testimony, we saw a cell phone report showing Jaylin Brazier using a phone in July of 2022 while he was at the Macomb Correctional Facility. That phone was also located in Jackson, Michigan in October of 2022. Court is taking a lunch break for about an hour here. We're going to take a break as well, and when we come back, we are going to show you some of those text messages that we heard yesterday during Homicide Detective Sarah Markle's testimony. We'll be right back after this break. Welcome back to Live Now Detroit. I'm your host, Jamie Sherrod. We are continuing our coverage of Day 6 of the murder trial of Jaylin Brazier in the disappearance of Zion Foster, who went missing in January of 2022. We did hear from Sarah Markle, a homicide detective with the Detroit Police Department. Yesterday, she showed some disturbing text messages exchanged between Zion Foster and Jaylin Brazier, and we do want to share those with you, but we want to warn you, there's vulgar language and they are sexually explicit. Here's a look at those messages that we want to show you.
Do you want me to read the
Yeah, read
says or
the
the date and time?
read the substance of the message.
Where the hell is your mama, bro?
And what is the I guess the date and time of that?
November 9th, 2020 at 11:50 a.m.
And if we go down further to the next page, do you see this message in blue? What does
Yes.
that read?
What's your address?
And what's the response?
22166 Melrose Court, Eastpointe, Michigan 48021.
And what's the date and time of that response?
November 9th, 2020 at 11:52 a.m.
Okay. I want to skip ahead to page 89 and 90. Sorry, one second. If you look at 89, what's the top message in blue say?
As in, what is the plan? Is somebody bringing you a fucking plan B?
And what's the next message say?
You're running out of time.
And what are the dates of these messages?
December 19th, 2020.
And I'm just going to continue to scroll down a little bit. So this green message in the middle of page 93, what's that say?
OMG, guess what?
And what's the date of this message?
December 28th, 2020.
And what's the response?
What happened?
And what's the, I guess, follow-up message after that?
I hope you're okay.
And what's the then outgoing response?
Yes is the top one,
And the bottom one?
and then it came today.
And then if we go down to page 96, what's the top message say?
I'm talking AB, my period.
And is that the same date as the prior messages?
Yes, December 28th.
Okay. I want to go down to page 117. Sorry, yeah, 117. What's this blue message at the bottom read?
LMK, if you don't have shit to do later, I'll bring some more weed.
And what was the date of that message?
January 1st, 2021.
Okay. I want to scroll down to page 265. So actually, starting on 264, in this green message, I know the image is kind of small here, but were you able to view that image more close up?
I was.
And what is that image?
That is Appears to be a woman's vagina with several markers stuck inside.
And that was an outgoing message?
It was
And what was the date of that message?
February 4th, 2021.
And what was the follow-up outgoing message to that?
The message reads, ew.
And what was the response received after that?
Bro, I'm not even gonna open that shit.
And what was the follow-up message there?
Those are 2 more images.
Okay. And those were incoming messages to the phone?
Yes,
And have those been redacted?
they have been.
Okay. And what's the follow-up message starting at the top on page 266?
Now we're both scared and hurt.
And then the next message?
That reads, I hate you.
And what's the next message say?
And that is a laughed at I hate you, so you can tag a message with like, an emotion, and in this case, laughed.
Okay, and again, what's the date on that?
February 5th, 2021.
I'm going to move to page 322. What's the message at the top of page 322 say?
I'm about to be big single.
And what's the date of that message?
March 27th, 2021.
And what's the response?
Why?
And what's the next message read?
Bitches whores.
And what are the responses?
The first response reads shitty. The second response reads I'm OMW home.
And then it appears there's a response where what does sort of this mean when we see this type of message?
That there was a response, some type of an attachment. Could be at the very end you see where it says .jpeg, so a photo attachment.
But was it able to be retrieved in the extraction?
No.
Okay. And then if we keep going and we're on page 324 now, it appears there's some follow-up exchanges. Is that correct?
Yes.
And are we on the same date as before?
Yes.
Okay. And what's the top message say here on the top of page 325?
How long are you going to be up?
And what's the response?
A while.
And then what's the next message indicate?
All right, I'm making this bitch want to kill herself.
And then what's the response to that?
You awful.
And what's the follow-up to that?
I'm going to get to slanging my meat at my freak bitches again.
And again, are we on the same date?
Yes.
And what's the next message after that?
Honestly, I'm about to hurt AFRN. I'm going to need some head or something.
And again, what's the date of that one?
March 27th, 2021.
If we scroll down, what's the message in the middle of page 327 say?
I'll save you the weed I sent.
If we go to page 329, what's the blue message at the bottom say?
This little freak about to gobble me.
What's the date of that?
March 28th, 2021.
And what's the response to that?
It reads whore behavior.
And the follow-up?
I love it.
If we start at the top of 331, what's the what's the message say at that point?
You already know
And the next message?
what time you're going to be free.
Again, what are the dates of these messages?
These are March 28th, 2021.
If we scroll down to page 335, what's the top message read on the top of page 335?
Your mom not about to be mad at me bringing you drugs with question marks.
And what's the date of that message?
That is also March 28th, 2021.
And what's the response?
She not here.
And the follow-up?
Oh, all right. I'll roll when I get there then.
I want to scroll down to page 374. So if we look at let's look at 372 toward the middle. What's the middle message in green say?
That says he said he don't want none to do with him.
And what's the date on that?
April 12th, 2021.
And then it appears later on there's kind of a correction. Is that
Yes.
what's indicated? So me is kind of asterisk.
Yeah,
next to it.
usually from my experience, when you see a word and a bunch of asterisks with it, that is because there was a typo or a spelling error in the previous text. And that's the corrected word.
And so what's the next message say after that?
He don't want none to do with me.
Okay. And then what's the follow-up message say?
Like,
And what's the response?
girl, fuck that. You're beautiful and smart as fuck. Yes, you're a problem, and obviously that's just what it is. RN.
And what's the date of that message?
That is April 12th, 2021.
Okay. I want to scroll down to page 432. What's the message at the middle of 432 say?
Like, yeah, you're pretty and all.
And what's the date of that message?
April 23rd, 2021.
And what's the sort of edited version of the next message?
By edited,
Without the N word?
but these be on your nuts.
And what's the time of that message?
You're scrolling too fast.
I'm sorry.
April 23rd, 2021.
And what's the response to that?
That is IDK. They like that I'm mean.
And what's the next message after that?
A pimp named Zion out here, FR.
And again, is that the same day?
It is.
I want to move to page 546. What's this top message on 546 say?
Bruh, I'm gonna kick my BM out my MF house.
And what's the date of that message?
May 3rd, 2021.
And what's the follow-up message say?
This bitch swear everybody wanna fuck me, or I'm just giving dick out.
And what's the follow-up message say after that?
Like I can't if I want to.
And what is the response to that?
The top line is, but they do, And the next is, and you are.
And what's the next message say?
That reads, that's not the point.
And how about the next message?
It be who she thinking I'm fucking wanna fuck on me.
And the next message?
Like are you crazy like that? FR question marks.
I want to go down or up to page 551. What's that top message say?
That says, and bro, I'm about to tell you something that's gonna blow your mind, cause how out of fucking pocket it is.
And what is the date and time of that message?
That is May 3rd, 2021 at 11:30 p.m.
And what's the response?
WTF she do.
And what's the next message say?
Tell me why, while talking to my BM, I found out that her, my mom, and Nailima think we be, been, and or were or will do some shit. Like this, and the N-word done had a full-on conversations about it apparently. All because you're pretty and we talk often and aren't related. Like, bruh, need fucking therapy, cause why MFS making these movies up in they heads.
And what's the date of that message?
May 3rd, 2021.
And the follow-up?
Like Zion.
And the next message?
What the fuck?
And the next message?
Fuck with AQ.
And what's the response? What's the extent that it's visible?
Reads, I did not like that.
And the response after that?
FAUQ.
And the response after that?
I did not like that.
And what was the next message?
Like throw the whole family away.
And the next message?
And my BM has some kind of oddball ass jealousy thing with you. Like, bitch, why?
And the next message?
My girl doesn't even think no shit like that.
And are these all on the same date, May 3rd?
They are.
2021?
Yes, they are.
I want to go down to page 582. Toward the bottom of page 582, what date are we looking at with this blue message?
This is May 6th, 2021.
And what's the message say?
Zion, I'm a god.
And what's the response?
That reads, bro.
And the next message?
My BM gets TF away from me when my baby over. She can hit the living room or basement.
And the next message?
And my girl knows everything she needs.
She needs...
Needs no.
Okay. And the next message?
And my BM ate her coochie, so there's that.
And what are the responses?
The first is just an I, and then the next one says, bro, ain't no way.
And then the response to that?
First one is on my kids.
And what's the follow-up response?
Second is, I can really do what I want if I choose.
And are these all the same day again, May 5th of 2021?
May 6th of 2021.
I'm sorry, May 6th of 2021. I want to go to page 603. So, actually 602, what's the bottom message here say?
The Wi-Fi is going to be slower because my bill is coming up. I'm sorry.
What's the date of that?
May 18th, 2021.
And what's the response to that?
It's okay.
And what's the next message say?
That says, do you want me to run you a shower?
Is that the same date?
Yes, May 18th, 2021.
And what's the response to that?
Nah, it's okay. I'll do it.
And if you go down to the bottom of page 604, what's that blue message say?
I think my AirPods are on the table if you think you need to use them.
I want to go down to page 619. What's the top message in blue say?
It says, A, can I use your iCloud as my recovery account? Making a new scam account.
And what's the date of this message?
And that's May 18th, 2021.
And what's the next blue message say?
I'll definitely send you some $sign when it gets going.
And is there a follow-up message?
Yes, message reads, what's the info?
And what's the response to that?
The email account is the response, RochelleZion04@gmail.com.
And Judge, maybe approach it briefly?
Sure.
And then if you look at the bottom of page 620, what's the next message say?
I need the password.
And what's the response?
O, and then
And then after that?
Israel 29 exclamation point.
And the next message?
If this is your main iCloud, you'll get a code in a minute.
And what's the next blue message say after that?
IDK if the password is wrong or I'm not doing it right.
How about at the top of 624? What's it say?
Okay, you should get a code.
And the response?
226067.
And the next blue message?
Cool.
I want to move to page 630. Let's go to 629. What's the top blue message say?
That says, what did she say?
And what date are we at here?
May 18th, 2021.
And what are the responses?
The top line reads, just shit like. The next one, why did you leave?
And the next messages?
Top line is, why are you running away? Next one, do you not want to be with me? And the next one after that is, it just made me feel guilty.
And what's the response to that in blue?
That says, it's manipulation, don't fall for it. Next says, at all. And after that, stay where you are.
I'm going to move to 646. What's the top message say?
Can we sit in the car and hit the rest of this joint? They're fucking stressing me out over here.
What's the date of that message?
May 19th, 2021.
And what's the follow-up message?
I need escape.
And what's the response?
I'm out getting food, but after, sure.
And what's the next message say in blue?
That top line says, what's going on?
And the next message?
The next, do you want to just come over? Because I'm a be taking Katrina to work soon.
And again, what is the date of these messages?
That is May 19th, 2021.
Okay. I want to scroll down to 661. What's the message in blue up at the top of that page read?
OMGG, WTF, did our accounts merge?
And the response?
It's edited, but you're in my iCloud.
And the response to that?
Delete.
I want to move to page 704. What's this blue message say on page 704?
And Katrina said you can always pimp out the basement at my place if need be until you're able to get your own spot, because being homeless with nothing is the worst.
And what's the date of that message?
That's May 23rd, 2021.
And the follow-up message?
We understand completely.
I want to move to page 781. What's the blue message say in the middle of page 781?
Yeah, that's how DPD investigations work, but they can't just come inside, so that good.
And how about the blue message on 782?
So if they do pop up there, OFC, not coming in, but they will monitor the place for a few hours or that day. So be aware of cars that you don't usually see posted outside.
And how about the blue message on page 783?
It can be a 48 to 72 hour thing, but the longer the report is out, the more work they'll put in it until it becomes an Amber Alert.
And what is the date of these messages?
May 26th, 2021.
And what was the response to that particular message?
The message reads,
And any other response after that?
"That's so freaking irritating.
And the next reply to that in blue?
Your mom's trying to back you into a corner."
And how about the top of page 785?
And honestly, and I mean this, you might just have to call the police yourself and explain why you don't feel safe there and what's been going on to have them on your side already.
And the response to that? And what's the next message say?
Like, IK, you don't want to go, you don't want to do that, but it's already, but it's really, go ghost, go back, or let the state get involved.
I want to move to page 788. What's the blue message in the middle read?
Man, just keep my place as your plan B, because how it's looking, you are getting out in a corner.
And again, what's the date on that?
That is May 26th, 2021.
And how about page 790, the blue message? What's the date on that?
May 26th, 2021.
And what's the content of that message say?
Oh, and have Alima delete y'all combos off Instagram and iMessage that involve what's going on.
And what are the responses to that?
FA, FA, FS with 2 asterisks.
And what's the next message read?
Legally, if they go forward with the search warrant, they can take her phones, computer, etc.
And the response to that?
Okay. And then tell Vertez to. And next, clear the whole combo or only get rid of some things. Next line is they left. He said they were outside his house for around 25 minutes.
And what's the response to that?
Yes, clear the whole conversation.
I want to move to page 996. Okay, what's the message at the top of page 996 say?
I'm getting my dick gobbled, RN.
And what's the date on that message?
June 25th, 2021.
And what's the next message say?
Like RN.
And what's the response say?
Response is bitch.
And the next message, what does that say?
Are you okay?
And the next message?
And that is one of the emotion attachments that laughs at bitch.
And what's the response to that?
Yes, I wanted to know if you had crud BC, that's all I'm running off of.
And the next message?
But enjoy that. Text me when she leaves.
And the reply to that?
Bro, this bitch is ass 60 seconds in and she talking about her jaw tired and can't throat me.
Is that the same day?
June 25th, 2021.
And what's the follow-up to that message?
She's about to be outside in the rain.
And is there a reply to that?
Yes. First one is she's sick. Second one, she no trooper. Next one is lame as FK.
And what's the next message say?
As hell. Deleted my shit out her phone.
And the response to that?
Bro,
And, for the
and
response?
not you deleting your contact information out her phone.
And what's the reply to that?
The first one is a laugh at the last message, and then the one on the bottom. I know no females that give head properly, and it's depressing.
And the follow-up to that?
Like, where's the throat goats I be hearing about?
And what's the reply to that?
IDK, where you gotta look, but maybe you just gotta lower your standards, bro, because it'd be the ugly bitches.
And what's the reply to that?
I can't be saying, but no damn roach.
And if we go down to page 1003, you see the blue message here toward the middle.
Yes.
What's that message read?
Hold on, Katrina's asking smart N-word questions.
And is this the same date as the previous messages we've been reviewing here?
June 25th, 2021, yes.
And what's the reply say?
She finna find out what you was doing, boy.
And what's the response to that?
Nah, I'm about to use manipulation LVL 3.
Want to move to page 1089. I'm sorry, 1086. What's the top message in blue say?
Foul AFFF.
What's the date of that message?
July 4th, 2021.
Wait, I'm sorry. Let me go back another. Missed a message. So bottom of page 1086. What's the blue message say?
Bro, I was just OTP with the girl's sister, then she walks in and topped me up while I was OTP.
And what's the date of that message?
July 4th, 2021.
And then the I'm foul
Yes.
AFF message comes right after that.
Yes.
And what's the response to that?
With her sister, question mark, and then, and did she know you were OTP with her sister?
And what's the response to that?
Yes, her sister, and no, she didn't even care to ask.
And what's the reply to that?
Bro, and then you are foul. Literally.
And what's the response after that?
So her sister, OTP, trying to fuck, and the other sister on demon time.
And the further response?
IDK, how I get in these predicaments.
I'll move to page 1146. We go to actually 1147. What's the top message say?
I'm trying to fuck FR.
What's the date of that message?
July 29th, 2021.
And what's the response?
I'm blocking you.
And top of the next page, what's the follow-up reply?
This was meant for Zaria.
And the reply to that?
Bro, change my name in your fucking next message phone.
Okay, that's all the same day.
Yes.
And
Immediately.
moving to page 1326. 1325. What's the green message toward the middle of the page say?
Bitch, I look so bad.
And what's the date of that message?
October 11th, 2021.
And what's the message underneath that say?
I look crazy. I'm out the bathroom, so yeah.
And what's the follow-up message say?
MF, you always look gorgeous. One bad day is fine. Next line is, and a bitch at work, so. Next line, but fill me in later. And after that, very interesting story.
Moving to page 1435. What's the top message on that page read?
What's up?
And what's the date of that message?
November 29th, 2021.
And what's the next message?
You
asked?
trying to smoke later?
And what's the reply to that?
Yeah, when I get off.
Want to go to page 1453.
Welcome back to Live Now Detroit. You've been listening in on testimony from DPD homicide detective Sarah Markle. She specializes in phone extractions, which is copying everything from your phone with special software. And that information includes social media, internet searches, and even deleted materials. Now, what you just saw there was multiple conversations between Zion Frazier and Jaylin Brazier beginning around November of 2020. We did see text messages up until around December 31st of 2021. And it was some very concerning messages, some sexually explicit messages there, and some vulgar text messages, as we warned you before. You could see most of those sexually explicit messages were coming from Jaylin Brazier, and Zion rather, did seem comfortable with him in exchanging messages, constantly responding to him. You could see that the two had smoked together on several occasions. During one of his statements given to police, Jaylin claimed that they had only smoked together just once before that incident on January 4th. Clearly, that was not the case, as from what we just seen from these text messages. We also seen Google searches during this testimony yesterday made by Jaylin Brazier's phone. One of them asking if acid shows up on a drug test, another asking what happens if you drink peroxide, and another search asked how to tell if you're being watched by police and how much Motrin can kill you. And also things like, can putting a toaster in a bathtub kill you? Now, in these text messages, we also saw Jaylin pretty much talking about taking LSD. He sent messages about this to Zion. So we saw that there. If you remember in earlier interviews with police that we saw throughout the trial, he initially denied taking LSD. He once admitted to using it before him and Zion smoked, and then he claimed that that was a lie. Now, again, those messages started in November of 2020. They had about 4,000 text messages between each other. We didn't get through all 4,000 of those messages, but we did see that they had a lengthy chat history. And we also heard yesterday that a factory reset was done on Jaylin Brazier's phone just a few days after Zion Foster went missing. She went missing on January 4th. The police visited Jaylin Brazier's home on January 6th. And he factory reset his phone on January 7th. So we saw records of that as well. Also in those text messages, Jaylin calling Zion things like beautiful and smart, proposing to run a shower for her, and concerning things of that nature. We are waiting for court to get started back up. They did take an hour lunch. We are expecting things to get started back up within the next 5 to 10 minutes or so. And so far, we have heard from 28 witnesses in this murder trial of Jaylin Brazier. Today, we continued hearing testimony from Sarah Markle. She completed her testimony today. We didn't see any more text messages today. That was something that we believed would continue. That was not the case. But we did see the message from Zion to Jaylin Brazier during cross-examination of Sarah Markle. She was saying that she was going to run away, and in another message, she told him that she was going to kill himself. So that did come out during the cross. We also heard from Courtney Steig. She's a analyst with the Detroit Police Department, and what she does is she specializes in forensic analysis of cell phones, and she was able to tell us about a phone that Jaylin Brazier had while at the Macomb Correctional Facility, and that came up in a report from July of 2022. And we also saw that another phone was located in Jackson, Michigan in October of 2022. Again, we are now on day 6 of the murder trial of Jaylin Brazier, and we are going to continue following this for you. We're going to take a quick break, and hopefully when we get back, court will get started back up soon. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now Detroit. I'm your host, Jamie Sherrod. We are continuing our coverage of Day 6 of the murder trial of Jaylin Brazier. Today we heard from a few more witnesses. That's including Courtney Steig, who is an analyst with the Detroit Police Department. She talked about how she specializes in forensic analysis of phones, and she was able to locate different places that Jaylin's phone was at the time that he was supposed to be in jail. Take a listen.
I'm holding first what's been marked as proposed exhibit 76. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
What is proposed exhibit 76?
This is a calls report for target phone number 313-925-6615.
Okay, and does the data reflected in that report come from the call detail records that you had for that number?
Yes, I do.
And does it summarize those records in some way?
It does.
And how does it summarize, or how does it limit those records?
This shows the target, the date, the time, the type of activity, and who the target was talking to, the number that the target was communicating with during that activity.
Okay, and that particular summary, is that limited to activity with a particular number?
Yes.
And what is the number that activity is limited with?
This is contact with the phone number of 313-516-7046.
Okay. And again, if you were to go back into the call detail records today and prepare another summary, would you get a summary that looks kind of like the document that you're holding in your hand that's marked as proposed exhibit 76?
Yes, it would.
I move to admit proposed exhibit 76.
No objection.
And may I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
So just looking through this briefly, if we look at row 1 of the data, what's sort of the basic information that we're looking at here in just each row, starting with row 1?
This shows the target phone number that's being analyzed, the date of the activity, the time of the activity, the duration, what type of activity it is, such as voice, text, or data, the call status, the direction, so whether it's ingoing or outgoing to the target number, as well as the ID, contact ID or phone number that this target is in communication with.
Okay, and again, all these rows, if we're going from page 1 all the way down to page 32, we're looking at communications with the same number, is that correct?
Yes.
And if we start, what's the first date of those communications?
July 12th of 2022.
Okay, and then if we go back to Exhibit 71, page 1, do you see the date range, or the date that's reflected here?
Yes.
Is that the same date?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And then back to Exhibit 76, if we go all the way down to the last date, what's the final date of the communications?
October 2nd of 2022.
Okay, and again, if we go back to Exhibit 71 and go back to the last page, number 229, what's the date here?
October 2nd of 2022.
Is that the same date?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And then looking at that number, that 313-516-7046 number, I just want to pull up one other exhibit really quick. In looking at, sorry, 1 second. Looking at exhibit 36, rather. Do you see the number reflected here at the top of the page?
Yes, I do.
Is that same number?
Yes.
Okay. And so all we're looking at here basically is showing that the two numbers communicated with each other during this date range. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And I'm also holding what's been marked as proposed exhibit 78. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
What is proposed exhibit 78?
This is a calls report and tower map for the target phone number of 313-925-6615.
Okay, and does that report, is that a fair and accurate depiction of part of the analysis that you did in connection with mapping the records from that 925-6615 number?
Yes, it is.
And does that just show a tower associated with that number on a particular date?
Yes, this shows the tower that this phone utilized during a phone call.
Okay. And what's the date of that particular phone call?
This is July 11th of 2022.
Okay. And Your Honor, with that, I move to admit proposed exhibit 77. I'm sorry, is that 77?
78.
78, I'm sorry. 78.
No objection.
All right, it's admitted.
And may I publish?
Yes.
Okay, and again, so kind of walk us through where it says row 1. What does that one row of data reflect as a general matter?
This is for target number 313-925-6615. It shows the date and the time and duration of a phone call for contact ID 313-739-3749.
Okay, and what is the little wedge that's in blue on the sort of right side of the map reflect?
That represents the tower that was utilized for this phone call.
Okay, and how about we've had some testimony about sectors associated with tower. Did you have information about a specific sector associated with that tower for purposes of this communication?
Yes. So the small dot over on the right-hand side, that represents the physical tower. And then the lines going out from that represent a call sector, which is the intended coverage area given from the provider, stating that is most likely where the device is located, somewhere within that range.
And what's the area of the map that's reflected with the red marker?
The red location dot represents Macomb Correctional Facility.
Okay, and is that Macomb Correctional Facility within the coverage area of this specific tower and sector?
It is. It is a little bit outside, but seeing how we're working with radio waves when it comes to cell phones, they don't necessarily stay within the lines of the sectors. So sometimes we find that it is a little bit outside of the sector, but it is very close.
Okay. But would it be fair to say that you can't conclude with certainty that the phone was located at Macomb Correctional Facility during this particular call?
That's correct.
Okay. But it's in the area?
Yes.
I also have what's been marked as proposed exhibits. Let's start with proposed exhibit 80. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Is proposed exhibit 80 another report that you prepared in connection with this case?
Yes, it is.
And does that kind of show similar data that we just saw in exhibit 78, but for other communications
Yes, it does.
and other dates?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, and again, would proposed exhibit 80 fairly and accurately depict some of the analysis that you did in connection with this case?
It does.
And with that, I move to admit proposed exhibit 80.
No objection.
It's admitted.
And just walking through this really quickly, here we have 4 rows of data, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And what's the overall date range reflected here?
This goes from July 31st of 2022 to October 3rd of 2022.
Okay, and there's 2 dates in between there, is that correct?
Yes.
And would these 4 rows reflect 4 separate communications on those 4 dates
Yes.
from this 313925 phone number?
Yes.
Okay, and if we go to page 2, the map, again, what does this illustrate?
This illustrates the tower that the phone was utilizing during the communication.
So would it be the same tower and sector for all 4 of those communications during that time frame?
That's right.
And is this the same tower and sector from the July 11th communication that we looked at for purposes of Exhibit 78?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so again, can you say with certainty where the phone with the 313-925 number is located during this time?
No, I cannot.
But is it within the general area of this tower that is located near Macomb Correctional Facility?
Yes.
And then I want to look at, finally, proposed exhibit 81. May I approach? Is proposed exhibit 81 another report that you generated in this case?
Yes, it is.
All right, you've just been listening to testimony from Courtney Steig with the Detroit Police Department. She's an analyst there, and she specializes in analyzing cell phones. You just heard her talk about how there was a phone to Jaylin Brazier that was located inside of the Macomb Correctional Facility, also one that was located in Jackson in October of 2022. She is the 28th witness that we've heard from in this trial. Day 6 of the trial, 28 witnesses from the prosecution thus far. We don't know if today will be the day that the prosecution rests or if it will continue to tomorrow. Court was on a lunch break for about an hour. We are expecting them to come back any minute now. But once again, day 6 of the murder trial of Jaylin Brazier in the disappearance of Zion Foster. She disappeared in January of 2022. Throughout the trial, we saw that Jaylin initially denied seeing her or hearing from her for months. And then it came out that he was, in fact, with her the night that she disappeared. It does look like court is getting back in session right now. We're going to take you right there to it.
Please be seated. All the members of the jury are present.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, the people call Lee Lavity.
Will you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you are about to give before this court today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Please take your seat at the witness stand.
Good afternoon, Dan.
Good afternoon.
Dan, you'll be asked a series of questions. Please wait till each question is fully asked before you respond. You only have one person talking at a time. Please try to avoid our natural tendency for nonverbal answers such as shrug to the shoulder, nod to the head, as well as uh-hus and uh-hus, because those don't translate into the record. If there's an objection, please stop talking until it's resolved. Please keep your voice up, and if you would, please state your name and spell it.
Certainly. My name is Dr. Lee Lavity. The first name is Leigh. The last name is Hlavatty.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Lavity, could you tell the jury what you do for a living?
Certainly. I am a forensic pathologist employed as an assistant medical examiner at the Wayne County Medical Examiner's Office.
And how long have you been so employed?
I have been at the office for almost 25 years, which is the entire length of my professional career.
And what is the field of forensic pathology?
That is the field where we study diseases and injuries and determine how they can cause or relate to death.
And what sort of training do you have to have the current position that you hold as an assistant medical examiner?
After graduating medical school, have to do a residency in the field of anatomic pathology, and I did that at the Detroit Medical Center. At the completion of the residency, I then did a fellowship in the field of forensic pathology, and I did that at the Wayne County Medical Examiner's Office. And at the end of all of that training, I became board certified in 2 areas, anatomic pathology and forensic pathology.
And what does it mean to be board certified?
It means that I met the qualifications that the American Board of Pathology set forth, meaning that my training was in an accredited program and that I had satisfied all of the requirements. I then sat for an exam and I passed the exam and therefore am deemed to be board certified in the two areas.
And in terms of your career working as a forensic pathologist, how many cases would you say you've worked on in total, if you can estimate, in trying to determine the cause and manner of somebody's death?
In my 25 years, I have performed well over 9,000 autopsies, as well as having to determine causes of death in individuals that we don't see the body in.
Okay. And let's discuss both of those circumstances. You mentioned performing autopsies is obviously part of your job.
Yes.
What is an autopsy?
An autopsy is the examination of the body. It consists of two parts, the external examination as well as the internal examination. And we are looking for identifying features, injuries, and diseases. We also have the opportunity to perform testing, like doing x-rays, doing genetic testing, doing laboratory testing, toxicology. So we have that ability.
And you mentioned also in some cases you're working on cases where you don't have a body. How much you go about looking at the cause and manner of death in a case where there's not a body?
So the cases that we're referring to are the deaths that are called into our office. We have around 21,000 deaths reported to our office each year. And we only bring in just under 4,000 of those individuals for an examination. The rest of them, if it's an individual, say an elderly person who dies in their sleep and they haven't seen a physician in years, someone needs to complete that death certificate. In those cases, and we get them every day, we have to have knowledge of the age, their medical and social history, and the circumstances surrounding the death. In these cases, the person is known to be dead, and the body is at a location where the police can go and investigate and then determine if there's no evidence of foul play. And if all of that occurs, we then can complete a death certificate on a person who we have not examined.
Okay, and when you're completing a death certificate of someone you haven't examined, what sort of sources do you look to for information?
Certainly, again, we look at their age and therefore what are the most common causes of death for a particular age group. We want to know their medical history, their social history, specifically drug and alcohol usage, and then the circumstances, which would come from the officer at the scene. Is there any signs of foul play, any signs that the house had been ransacked, anything that would appear that it was anything other than a natural death?
Okay, and have you previously testified as an expert in the field of forensic pathology?
Yes, I have.
And can you say approximately how many times you testified?
It's been over 450 times.
And has any court ever declined to qualify you as an expert in the field of forensic pathology?
No.
With that, I'd pass for any more here as to Dr. Lavity's expertise.
No questions.
Thank you. And so, Your Honor, I would just ask that Dr. Lavity be qualified as an expert in forensic pathology.
All right, and you received medical training then?
Yes.
Okay, and where did you do your medical training?
I graduated from Wayne State University School of Medicine. My residency was at the Detroit Medical Center, and my fellowship was at the Wayne County Medical Examiner's Office.
Based upon her education, training, and experience, I'll qualify her as an expert in the area of forensic pathology.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Dr. Lavity, did you do some work in connection with an individual by the name of Zion Foster?
Yes, Detective Gilliman in March of 2022 had contacted our office seeking assistance with general knowledge about obtaining a death certificate and jurisdiction. As the senior and most experienced pathologist in the office, I took that call and answered the questions. It then turned out to be relating to this case, and I was asked a year later if I would be willing to review some materials and offer opinions in court.
Okay, and did you ultimately review some materials in connection with this case?
Yes, I had asked for copies of her medical records, as well as copies of a summary of the statements that were given regarding the circumstances surrounding her death. And that with that information, I could at least evaluate it for possible causes of death, and if possible, what would those deaths look like?
Okay, and in terms of the medical records, I'm holding what's been marked as proposed Exhibit 56, Your Honor. It's a set of medical records from Henry Ford Health System for Zion Foster, and I'm moving for that to be made under 902 subsection 11.
No objection.
All right, been amended.
Thank you. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
And Dr. Labadie, I'm handing you what's been marked as People's Exhibit 56. Can you just confirm briefly whether those are the records that you reviewed in connection with this case?
Yes, the records that I reviewed were roughly 630 pages from the Henry Ford Health System, spanning November 2016 through December 2021. Without going through each page, this indeed appears to be a hard copy of the records that I received.
Okay, and you also mentioned that you received what you characterize as some summaries of some statements that have been made describing the alleged circumstances of Zion Foster's passing. Is that correct?
Yes, Detective Gilliman had indicated that there were 4 statements given regarding the circumstances surrounding Zion's death, and I had asked for a summary in particular to what drugs were alleged to have been used, the time frame between the drug use and her taking a nap, and her behavior during that time frame. And I received a 2-page summary that was compiled by Detective Gilliman of those 4 statements.
Okay, and at some point subsequent to that, did you have an opportunity to review transcripts of the statements?
Yes, in preparation for this trial, the prosecutor sent me copies of transcripts from the 4 statements. I read through them, and I believe that the summary that I had received and based my opinions off of were accurate.
And just to be clear, I want to make sure, when you say 4 statements, are you sure it was 4 statements?
I thought it was. I thought that there were 2 given to Sergeant Jones on the 19th, 1 on the 20th given to Lieutenant Lalone, and then 1 in June that was given to Sergeant Sullivan.
Okay, understood. As part of your work in connection with this case, what did you do with respect to those medical records that you're holding that have been admitted as Exhibit 56?
What I did was that I reviewed them and made notes about any conditions that she had, chronic conditions that were present during her yearly checkup, and her problem was visits that were for targeted reasons. And then I also made sure that I did research so that I fully understood these conditions and specifically how they could have caused her death.
Okay, and I want you to open up the records to the portion that's dated November 18th of 2016. Do you see, is there a visit reflected for that particular date?
Oh yes, on November 8th or 18th.
I'm sorry, is it, what do the records say?
It says November 8th.
Okay, I must have made a typo. So November 8th of 2016, was there a visit reflected for that date?
Yes, this was the date of a well child visit or a routine checkup that was at Sterling Heights Pediatrics.
Okay, and other than the sort of indication that it was for a well child visit or routine checkup, was there anything else in the documentation for that visit reflecting the purpose of the visit?
The thing listed in the diagnoses besides the well adolescent visit was dietary counseling, exercise counseling, and then screening for anemia.
Okay. And in terms of the record associated with that particular visit, is there anything notable in that record?
No, there were no signs or symptoms, and there were no other indications of any other problem or any additional testing that was ordered.
Okay. And what's the date of the next visit reflected in the records?
That would have been January 24th, 2017.
And is there any indication in the records as to what the purpose of the visit on January 24th, 2017 was?
Oh, yes. This was a visit again to Sterling Heights Pediatrics for a cough, sore throat, and a headache.
Okay. And do the records for that particular visit reflect any diagnoses?
Yes, she was diagnosed with strep throat.
Okay. And in terms of the record for that January 24th, 2017 visit, was there anything else notable?
No.
Okay. And what's the date of the next visit as reflected in the records?
This would be April 22nd, 2017.
And do the records indicate what the reason was for that particular visit?
This particular visit was to the emergency room, Sterling Heights Emergency Med, and she was kept for 1 day.
Okay. And is there any indication of whether there were any reported symptoms or diagnoses made during that visit?
Yes, she was seen for a cough, and she was diagnosed with pneumonia.
Okay. But it indicates she was just kept for 1 day. Is that correct?
Yes, or it was like an overnight situation. It may not have been a full 24 hours, but yes.
And in terms of the records for that April 22nd, 2017 visit, is there anything else notable?
No.
What's the date of the next visit reflected in the records?
The next visit is September 19th, 2017.
And do the records indicate what the purpose was for that particular visit?
This was again a well child visit, and again to Sterling Heights Pediatrics.
And do the records for that visit reflect whether there were any diagnoses made or any notable symptoms reported?
No. This again was a well adolescent visit, dietary counseling, exercise counseling, and apparently she received a sports physical.
And was there anything else notable in connection with that September 19th, 2017 visit?
No.
What's the date of the next visit reflected in the records?
We are now February 2nd, 2018.
And do the records reflect what the purpose was for the visit on that date?
Signs and symptoms of an upper respiratory infection.
Okay. And were there any diagnoses made in connection with that visit?
Yes, that she was suffering from a right ear infection.
Okay. Anything else notable in connection with the records for that February 2nd of 2018 visit?
No.
What's the date of the next visit?
February 25th, 2018.
And is there any stated reason for that visit in the records?
Yes, this was to Sterling Heights Emergency Medicine, and it was for a finger injury.
Okay. And was there any sort of diagnosis or other reported notable symptoms in connection with that visit?
No.
Anything else notable in the records for that visit?
No.
What's the date of the next visit?
February 1st, 2019.
Okay. And do the records for that visit indicate what the reason was for the visit?
Yes, this was to Frazier Family Medicine, and the reason was established care. But the diagnoses, if I can read them, would be a chronic migraine without aura, hyperreflexia, which would be flexible joints, as well as joint pain and chronic fatigue.
Okay. And was there anything else notable in connection with that February 2019 visit?
No.
What's the date of the next visit?
The date of the next visit was May 9th, 2019.
And do the records indicate whether there was a specific reason for that May 9th, 2019 visit?
Yes, she went for vomiting and an upper respiratory infection, and she was diagnosed with an acute upper respiratory infection.
Okay, was there anything else in terms of diagnoses or reported symptoms at that time that was notable?
No.
What's the date of the next visit?
Is May 11th, 2019.
And do the records indicate what the purpose was for that visit?
This was to a walk-in clinic, and it was for a cough.
And was there any diagnosis made at that visit?
Yes, she had a sinus infection, and then she had earwax impacted in her ears that had to be removed.
Okay, anything else notable in connection with that visit?
No.
What's the date of the next visit?
The date of the next visit was October 2nd of 2019.
And do the records indicate whether there was a reason for that particular visit?
Yes, for nausea, dizziness, headache, sore throat, and chills.
And do the records for that visit indicate whether there was any diagnosis made during that visit?
Yes, she had a right ear infection again and sore throat.
Okay, anything else notable in connection with that particular visit?
No.
What's the date of the next visit?
The next visit is December 12th of 2019.
And do the records indicate what the reason was for that visit?
Yes, she went to Cottage Walk-In Clinic for an irregular heartbeat.
Okay, and do the records indicate whether there was any diagnosis made at that visit?
Yes, she had described the irregular heartbeat as sometimes her heart is racing and other times barely beating at all. On exam, the only abnormal finding was tenderness of her chest wall, and they did an EKG, which was normal. So her diagnoses were that the palpitations were due to anxiety.
Okay. And anything else notable in connection with that visit?
No.
What's the date of the next visit?
The next visit is June 16th, 2020.
And do the records indicate whether there was a reason for that visit?
This was a visit for nausea and vomiting.
And do the records indicate whether there was any diagnosis made at that visit?
The diagnosis is unspecified, nausea and vomiting, so it appears that they didn't find a cause for it.
Okay. Was there anything else notable in connection with that June of 2020 visit?
No.
And what's the date indicated for the next visit?
Is March 10th, 2021.
And do the records indicate whether there is a reason for that visit?
Yes, this was a well child visit or a well adolescent visit.
Okay. And do the records for that March of 2021 visit indicate whether there was any diagnosis made at that time?
Yes, the diagnoses were that this was a routine visit without abnormal findings. She has chronic fatigue, vitamin D deficiency, Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, and then needing vaccines for school.
Okay. Anything else notable in connection with that visit?
No.
Is there, what's the date of the next visit in the records?
Is April 5th, 2021.
And is there a stated reason in the records for that visit?
Yes, this was a hospitalization and it was for COVID.
Okay. And does it indicate whether there was any diagnosis made during that visit?
Yes, she was diagnosed with COVID-19 infection as well as the Ehlers-Danlos syndrome unspecified appearing.
And does it indicate how long she was hospitalized?
She was hospitalized for 2 days.
Okay. And how about the date of the next visit?
Okay. The next visit was April 12th, so 5 days after she was discharged from the hospital. Trying to get them over, sorry. Okay.
And do the records indicate whether there was a stated reason for the April 12th, 2021 visit?
Yes, this was to an emergency room, and it was for continuing respiratory symptoms.
Okay, and do the records indicate whether there was any diagnosis made at that time?
Yes, at this time she was diagnosed with pneumonia due to COVID.
Okay. Was there anything else notable in connection with the records for the April 12th, 2021 visit?
No, except that this pneumonia was treated as an outpatient. She was not admitted to the hospital for it.
And what's the date of the next visit?
The next visit was October 21st, 2021.
And do the records indicate whether there was a stated reason for that visit?
This visit was to family medicine for depression.
Okay. And do the records for that visit indicate whether there was any diagnosis made?
The diagnosis was anxiety and depression.
And was there any sort of anything prescribed at that time, what the records indicate?
She was prescribed Prozac or fluoxetine. The dosage was 10 milligrams per day.
Okay, and are you familiar with the prescription medicine known as Prozac?
Yes.
And what is Prozac prescribed to treat?
Prozac is fluoxetine, and it is prescribed. It is an antidepressant. Antidepressants are classified according to how the mechanism that they work in your body through. And fluoxetine is known as a selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor, an SSRI. And that is important when you're considering other diseases and whether they should be prescribed for them or not. And this is the lowest dose, or the starter dose for Prozac. The dosage can get much higher.
And can SSRIs like Prozac be used to treat anxiety as well as depression?
Yes.
And is it common in your experience for them to be prescribed to treat both anxiety and depression?
I would object. I believe this goes beyond her expertise. She's not a pharmacologist. She stated that she's a forensic pathologist, so I don't believe she would be well versed on some of these medications, on what the causes or particular ailments necessary for an individual to take these.
I'll lay more foundation, Your Honor.
Okay.
In your work as a forensic pathologist and as a trained medical doctor, do you have familiarity with prescription drugs?
Yes, but my familiarity is with how they might cause death, or in combination with other drugs result in death.
And I guess based on that knowledge, do you have some familiarity with the prescription practices relating to certain prescription drugs?
With regards to Prozac, what I'm familiar with is that this is a starter dose versus one of the higher doses, and again, how it might interact with other diseases or drugs to result death. All I know is that I know that it is prescribed for anxiety and depression, but in what particular instance this versus another one, that's beyond my area.
Okay, understood. But I guess what I'm wondering is can Prozac be used to can Prozac be prescribed for depression and anxiety?
Yes.
And you mentioned the dosage that Ms. Foster was prescribed was how much?
10 milligrams per day.
And what was it that you said about that particular dosage?
This is what the starter dosage is for Prozac. It can go up significantly higher for the total dosage per day.
And are you aware of, based on your medical experience, of any safety issues relating to Prozac?
Thankfully, no. Other types of antidepressants, there are some very serious contraindications for prescribing them, but Prozac is considered a low risk with a lot of other conditions and medications.
Are you, in your work and in your training, are you familiar with whether there are possible side effects with abruptly stopping taking a drug like Prozac?
Yes, with all antidepressants, you would preferably not want to just stop cold turkey. You would want to have a physician taper them because you can experience withdrawal symptoms. For Prozac, withdrawal symptoms are not serious, they're just uncomfortable. It refers to general malaise and fatigue. But abruptly stopping Prozac doesn't cause any significant impact to your health. And with regards to the 10 milligram dose, stopping it abruptly would not even really give you withdrawal symptoms because it takes so long for the drug to be metabolized in your body that the drug is sort of, as it's being metabolized, self-tapering itself at that dose. If it was a higher dose, you definitely would want a physician to taper you down so that you aren't uncomfortable. But again, at the 10 milligram dose, the drug is basically, as it's leaving your body, self-tapering because it takes so many days for it to leave your body.
And in connection with this particular visit where the Prozac was prescribed, is there anything else notable in the records for that visit?
No.
And what's the date of the next visit?
The next visit is November 10th, 2021.
And is there any stated purpose in the records for that particular visit?
Yes, this was to an urgent care center, and she wanted an STD test.
And was there any sort of diagnosis made in connection with that particular visit?
No, she received the screening, but she must have not had any sexually transmitted diseases because there's none listed.
Okay. Anything else notable in connection with that visit?
No.
And what's the date associated with the next visit?
The next visit is December 22nd, 2021.
And do the records indicate whether there was a reason for that particular visit?
Yes, it was for a sore throat.
Okay. And is there any indication that there's any diagnosis in the records for that visit?
Yes, she was diagnosed with an upper respiratory tract infection and, again, a right ear infection.
Okay. Anything else notable in connection with that December 22nd, 2021 visit?
No.
Any other significant symptoms noted?
No.
And are there any other records associated with in-person visits beyond that December 22nd, 2021 point?
No. Under what is labeled miscellaneous, we have what appears to be telephone encounters.
Okay. And as part of your review, did you look into those the records associated with the telephone encounters?
Yes.
And was there anything notable that you saw in terms of the telephone encounters?
No.
And just to be clear, would a telephone encounter just be a sort of documentation of somebody calling and having some kind of a consultation with a medical provider
Yes.
of some sort? Now, in terms of your overall review of those records, when looking at this particular case, was there anything that you saw that was notable or that stood out to you in those records?
No. She appeared to be an adolescent that used the healthcare system. I mean, she went for her well child and regular checkups. And the infections that she had are what are commonly seen in children and teenagers in the Metro Detroit area. And that there was nothing else that stood out. In particular, she did have a diagnosis of asthma, and that was consistently through the records, yet she never experienced any asthma symptoms or breathing symptoms or had any health visits relating to asthma. And the palpitations that were diagnosed and due to anxiety, that was almost 2 years before she went missing. And in those 2 years, there was no other visits for cardiac-related symptoms or palpitations.
Okay, and
Yes.
EDS. I'm sorry. And what is EDS?
That is Ehlers-Danlos syndrome. That's EHLERS-DANLOS. It's commonly abbreviated to EDS because it is a mouthful to say. But this is a group of 13 inherited or genetic conditions that due to disorders of connective tissue, specifically collagen. And connective tissue is present in your eyes, your joints, your skin, your bones, your heart valves. And these 13 conditions, they are diagnosed on an exam and with genetic testing, and they can range from types that have are associated with a normal lifespan and really only involve the joints and the skin, to very serious variants that involve blood vessels and heart valves. And those are associated with a significantly shortened lifespan and life-threatening issues.
And I guess, was there anything that stood out to you about was it just one instance that was reflected in the records for Ms. Foster?
What stood out to me was the comment about her hyperflexible joint and joint pain was there, but the diagnosis of EDS, again, follows a very predictable path and involves genetic testing. And there was nothing in the records that indicate who did this, what the exam, what the genetic testing was. That her EDS was never subtyped, and it was not consistently through her medical records. So it was a condition that sort of appeared and then didn't. So this, to me, I don't honestly know if she actually had EDS, but whoever made that diagnosis would hopefully have more information.
Okay, and in terms of anything that you saw in the totality of those records, is there any sort of condition or symptom that might explain someone dying spontaneously from natural causes?
Going through the record, the only condition that could have resulted in sudden death or unexpected death in her would have been asthma. But asthma does not cause sudden death. You just don't die suddenly. You die in an asthma attack. And asthma attacks it's like you're being suffocated. So it's the antithesis of falling asleep. I mean, you are struggling to breathe. You're breathing fast. If you have your inhalers, you're using it. I think to every person observing someone in an asthma attack, it's clear that something is wrong and going on. And that was not any signs or symptoms that were in the circumstances that were given to me. So again, based on her history, the one thing that I think could have caused her death at 17, the circumstances did not seem to support that.
Okay, and when you talk about the circumstances, you're referring to the summaries of the statements that you reviewed. And so was anything in those statements, to the extent that you reviewed the summaries or the transcripts, consistent with an asthma attack?
No, there was no mention of any difficulty breathing or breathing quickly. The only comment relating to the breathing was that when she felt sleepy and took a nap, that her breathing appeared to be slowing down.
Okay. In your review of the medical records, did you come across any indication that Ms. Foster had been diagnosed with any sort of seizure condition?
No. At no point in the medical records was any seizure or seizure-like activity discussed or observed. There was no testing done for it. There's very specific testing that would be done to diagnose epilepsy. And so she never received a diagnosis, at least in the records that I received, of a seizure disorder.
Okay, and in terms of those records, were there any sort of reported symptoms that could have been consistent with a seizure diagnosis?
No, in the medical records there was nothing to indicate that she was experiencing seizure or seizure-like symptoms.
And are there different types of conditions that could cause one to have seizures?
Yes, if seizure-like activity is observed, that could be an honest seizure. And there's many different types of seizures, some that involve your awareness, others involve body movements. But seizure-like activity could also represent an underlying cardiovascular problem. It's not that you're really having a seizure, but that you're temporarily your brain is not getting enough blood because of underlying issues, and that is resulting in what looks to us like a seizure.
And do you have any familiarity, based on your medical training, what like a typical seizure might look like in terms of symptoms while someone's experiencing it?
Again, there's a lot of different conditions, and they can range from what is known as an absence seizure, which is when you just sort of space out for a moment or two and then you snap right back to it, to what people know as grand mal seizures, where you are full thrashing around, and lack for a better term, you're going to be concerned about them swallowing their tongue and making it through the actual seizure.
Okay, and you mentioned an absent seizure. Hypothetically, if somebody just spaced out for a second or two and then sprang right back to it, could that be consistent with an absent seizure?
Yes, absent seizures are one of the most common types of seizures in children, and one of the main reasons why their performance in school might not be that great. They're, like the teachers will say, they're daydreaming a lot. The hallmark of the absent seizure is that it lasts for a very short period of time, and as soon as it's over, there's no confusion or post-ictal state like there is with other types of seizures. It can be also associated with focal body movements, like some movements of the mouth or the eyes or the hands. But the key is really a very short duration, and you don't, when it is over, you have full awareness of where you are and what's going on.
And are you aware of absent seizures being able to cause someone to die suddenly?
According to the Epilepsy Foundation, absent seizures are not associated with sudden death. When you have epilepsy, all types except absence, you can die in a seizure, or you are at an increased risk for sudden death. It is a sad fact of epilepsy. But absent seizures, there is no risk of dying in a seizure. There is no increased risk of sudden death. The problem with absent seizures would be if you were swimming or driving or operating heavy machinery when this type of seizure is occurring. You might get into an accident or a difficult situation because of the environment you were in when you had it.
And you also mentioned like a grand mal seizure. Would that be sort of the more prototypical seizure with more apparent symptoms that I think you would expect to see?
Yes, again, there is a lot of different types of seizures where only one part of the body might move. The entire body, whether you know that they're coming on or not, the length of this seizure. These little focal space outs can also happen with other types of seizures. This is why it's important, if you're having seizure-like activity, to go to the doctor and get diagnosed, so that if it is a part of a much more worrisome seizure, that can be addressed.
And in terms of those more serious seizures, are more serious seizures potentially associated with sudden death?
Yes, again, all except the absent seizures you do have an increased risk of sudden death, which means that you die suddenly but not while having a seizure. And in epileptics, the risk of that is actually 1 in 1,000.
And in terms of the materials that you reviewed, both summarizing the statements and the transcripts of the statements, did you see any descriptions from the supposed circumstances of Zion's passing that were consistent with either an absent seizure or a more serious type of seizure?
No, there was nothing that I reviewed or received that described anything either from a space out to something that would look more like a traditional seizure. In short, there was no behavior that was described or recorded to the police that described a seizure.
Okay. Did you look into issues surrounding drug use as potential explanations for sudden death in this case?
Yes, drug use and abuse is one of the most common causes of death in teenagers. In this case, because there was drug use that was being admitted to or alleged. So yes, we definitely considered drug use and abuse as a cause of her death.
And as part of that consideration, did you think about marijuana and whether that could have caused Zion Foster to die suddenly?
Yes, the statements all said that she used marijuana. The statements were inconsistent as to whether it was her marijuana mixed with the defendants and if they shared paraphernalia. But all the statements were consistent. And marijuana does not cause death. You cannot overdose on it, and it doesn't bring about any adverse or potentially serious effects in the body.
How about LSD, or the drug commonly known as acid, did you consider acid as a possible cause of sudden death in this case?
Yes, one of the statements stated that Zion took 1 tablet of LSD. Another statement denied that. But LSD is like marijuana in that you cannot overdose on it, and it is not associated with any serious life-threatening effects to your body.
And did you look at other controlled substances as potential causes of sudden death in this case?
Yes, although opioids were not mentioned in society today, you would be remiss if you didn't always consider opioids as a possibility.
And could you describe, just as a general matter for the jury, what are the sort of class of drugs known as opioids?
Opioids would contain fentanyl, which is the big one that's on everyone's mind, as well as pills, like if you are prescribed Percocet, oxycodone. It is pretty much, opioids refers to opiate-like substances that are not morphine and are not heroin.
And obviously, unlike marijuana and LSD, is it possible to overdose from and die from opioid use?
Yes. Opioids, whether you take it yourself or if you're concerned about drugs being laced with it, and I'm referring mostly to fentanyl because that is predominantly what is out there right now. If you are not habituated to the effects of fentanyl, and if you don't know that you're taking it, you can certainly overdose and die. Fentanyl its peak effect takes hold in just a few minutes. So those people who are not used to taking it will fall asleep or collapse almost immediately after using it. And that's, again, just because that fentanyl only takes a few minutes for it to be its peak effect. The effect of fentanyl will wear off in about an hour. And the signs and symptoms that were described, and in particular, there was a passage of time in all of the statements between the drug use and her death. And with that passage of time, that meant that fentanyl could not have caused her death because, again, she would collapse almost immediately after using it and not an hour or two later.
Okay, and just to be clear, the sort of descriptions of the defendant's statements that you received about the supposed circumstances of Zion Foster's death, were those at all consistent with an opioid-related death?
No, all of the statements had indicated that there was a passage of time between the uses of the drug and her taking a nap or becoming unresponsive. And that passage of time would be inconsistent with her using fentanyl.
And how about pills like Percocets? Would that same sort of thinking apply to a death from opioid-related pills?
Yes, Percocet is oxycodone mixed with acetaminophen, and there are two preparations. One is a like immediate release, and the other is a controlled or sustained release. But all of the opioids are very consistent in that their peak effect happens relatively quickly, and they don't last in the body all that long. So all of the opioids that we could consider, given, again, the passage of time that was in the statements, would make the opioids not a very likely cause of her death.
Okay, and based on your review of both the summaries of the statements that you received about the defendant's statements and the transcripts of those statements themselves, can you opine as to whether there's any sort of medical plausibility to the claims that were made about Zion's passing?
Well, the comments did not make any medical sense when trying to consider why an asymptomatic, otherwise healthy 17-year-old would die suddenly. The conditions that could have resulted in her death, like the asthma, the circumstances that were described did not fit. If she was having a cardiac event, she would have been experiencing palpitations, chest pain. That was not in the circumstances. The drugs that she was known to have used, the LSD and the marijuana, could not have caused her death in any way. Other drugs like the opiates, the time frame that was described in the circumstances did not make sense. So in other words, the behavior that was described in the passage of time does not make sense in why she would have died.
Okay, and if at the time that you had completed your analysis, you had heard additionally, hypothetically, that at one point in time, Zion had essentially passed out for a second or two, but you had no other information about that episode, would your overall conclusion have changed?
No, if she only passed out once, albeit briefly, that could be an absence seizure or it could be related to something else. There was at no point in the medical records that I received was there ever a diagnosis of a seizure disorder. Admittedly, if there was one, if she had been diagnosed and it was a type other than absence, then most definitely she could have had a seizure. She could have died. She could have died from sudden death because of that condition. But I did not receive that information.
And in terms of your overall experience and all the thousands of cases you've worked on, have you ever seen an otherwise healthy child die from a seizure?
In children that have a diagnosis and a subtype and are on medication, unfortunately, yes. They can die while having a seizure, or they could just be found dead in their bed. But epilepsy is not something that we can diagnose after death. It's abnormal electrical activity in your brain, and when you're dead, your brain no longer has that activity. So it would have to be a condition that was diagnosed in life. And so yes, I have seen cases of that in children with a known diagnosis.
And in terms of the known diagnosis, would that be which you would characterize as a serious seizure disorder?
It could be anything other than absence, because again, they're all associated with sudden death. Obviously, the more serious in terms of the length of time and the deficiencies and defects that you have while having the seizure would your suspicion for dying from it go up. But again, any seizure except absence, that could unfortunately happen.
Okay, and did you at some point reduce your analysis in this case to a letter?
Yes, after I received the materials that I asked for, and we had a conversation with the prosecutor, he asked if I would be willing to put my opinions into a letter addressed to the Wayne County prosecutor, and I said yes. And so I believe the letter is dated June 5th of 2022.
Okay, and I'm holding what's been marked as proposed exhibit 57. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Dr. Lavity, does proposed exhibit 57 appear to be the letter that you drafted offering your opinion in this case?
Yes, and I apologize. The date was June 5th, 2023. I was off on the year, but yes, it is a 3-page letter, and yes, this is a copy of it.
Okay. Your Honor, I would move to admit proposed exhibit 57.
No objection.
It's admitted.
Thank you. And when you drafted this particular letter, what was your sort of baseline conclusion?
My baseline conclusion is that her cause of death is unknown. In a case like this, an autopsy and hopefully toxicology would need to be done to sort out what happened in her final moments. Looking at the medical history and the alleged drug use and the circumstances that I was given, there appears to be no obvious or likely cause of death. Then looking at the most common causes of death, for every age group we always have to consider what is most common. And for teenagers, if they have survived childhood with the childhood cancers and syndromes, they have a relative grace period with regards to diseases until the mid-20s, when the acquired hypertension and diabetes start catching up to you. So teenagers, their most common causes of death are a lot of traumatic ways: firearm injuries, motor vehicle accidents, drowning, fire, suffocation, as well as drugs, cancers, heart disease, lung disease. And looking through her medical history and the circumstances that were given to me, all of those causes were excluded except suffocation and forms of violence, including firearm injuries.
Okay. And today, obviously, you've received some additional information about the alleged episode of Zion passing out at one point.
Yes.
And with that additional information in hand, does that change or impact your analysis from this original opinion that you had?
Again, my opinion would change if there was an actual diagnosis and a subtype known. So in other words, she was officially diagnosed with a type of epilepsy. Then yes, that could have been a cause of death for her. In the absence of that, no, I would still say that the circumstances and what we know doesn't explain why she died.
Okay. And you mentioned one type of death that is left open would be suffocation.
Yes.
Have you done autopsies in cases where the deceased has been suffocated?
Yes. Suffocation just means that you're not getting oxygen into the body, and you can suffocate by smothering, by having your nose and your mouth blocked. You can suffocate if you were strangled, so there's pressure placed on your neck. You can also suffocate if you hang. So there's multiple ways that you can bring about suffocation or asphyxiation.
And in your experience and in your training, would a suffocation death necessarily produce blood from the victim?
No. A lot of to do with suffocation is dependent on the struggle. The act itself of just blocking the nose or mouth or putting pressure on the neck, you're not breaking the skin, you're not creating a wound in which the blood in the body can leave. So it all comes down to struggle. If there is a struggle and there's a lot of contact between the assailant and the victim, some blood might be produced that way. But if the victim is very quickly overcome, then there won't be a struggle and you could expect to see no blood anywhere.
And if hypothetically, even as late as today, Zion Foster's body was found, would having access to her body even at this point have been helpful to you in terms of determining a cause and manner of death?
Absolutely. Any portion of a body that we can recover, even if it's just a few bones, that can provide us with some information. For instance, a few bones, we can get DNA off of that to positively identify. We might be able to make bone dust and get some toxicology results. We can also examine the bones for injuries that might have occurred before her death, as well as any injuries that occurred after due to the compaction and the process of how her body was disposed.
Okay. And in terms of making a determination of whether an injury is something that's coming from before death or after death, what kind of goes into that analysis?
The injuries look completely different. Injuries that occur before death, when you have a beating heart, have what we say is a vital reaction. So these injuries look like wet, moist, hemorrhagic. If we look under the microscope, we can see cells there, so we know that that injury occurred when your heart was beating. Injuries that occur to the body after death are very bloodless and very dried out. So we can look at them, at the injuries, both with the naked eye and under the microscope, and we can tell the difference between injuries that happened before you died or injuries after.
And so hypothetically, even if Ms. Foster's body had been placed in a trash compactor and was recovered after that, would you have still been able to determine the difference between injuries before and after death?
Yes, we have had other individuals who were put into a trash compactor or had slept there and inadvertently got compacted. And yes, we were able to tell the difference between injuries before life and after, or that there were no injuries before, but that we could get toxicology results and thus understand what happened.
Thank you. No further questions.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, doctor.
Good afternoon.
Now, when you did your analysis was premised on information that was provided to you, correct?
Yes, on the medical records and on the summary of the 4 statements, yes.
Okay. And you testified at a preliminary examination, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And at that preliminary examination, you were posed with the question of whether or not you knew Zion Foster was taking antidepressants, correct?
Correct.
And at that point in time, you indicated that no, you were unaware of that, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that information is provided in the medical records, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Had you reviewed the medical records prior to you testifying at the preliminary examination?
Yes, the records that I had received did not have medication lists in it, so I did not know that she had been prescribed any of the medications.
Okay. And when you gave your opinion letter in June of 2023, this predated your preliminary examination, correct?
Yes.
So at that particular time when you did your analysis and your opinion letter, you did not have the list of medications that Zion Foster was taking, correct?
Correct. The only medications that I knew of at that time were the asthma inhalers.
Okay, so it'd be fair statement that your analysis or opinion was based upon incomplete information.
Yes.
Okay. And also the time you made your analysis, you were unaware that Zion Foster had a history of seizures, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And to this day, you don't know whether or not what medication she was taking, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Did you request such information?
Yes, I had requested her medical records from all of the hospital systems, and what I received was what I had received.
Okay. And when did you receive the updated medical records that would contain the medications that she was taking for antidepressants?
That is sitting right here on the stand. When I was going through the hospitalizations, medication lists were in this set of records, and that is where I saw the fluoxetine.
Okay. When did you review that?
Oh, I didn't. When I was sitting here on the stand and I was asked to flip through it and then say what was in them. That was the first time that I saw.
Oh, that was the first time.
Yes.
So today's the first time that you realized that she was taking antidepressants.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. And do you administer Prozac?
No.
Okay. So you're not an expert as far as the side effects, how it may affect a certain individual, correct?
I am familiar with the side effects that could cause death, but side effects that would affect, like, say, mood or behaviors, that is beyond my area.
Okay. And just how long does Prozac persist in an individual's body?
Prozac has a half-life of 4 to 6 days. Half-life is the length of time it takes for a drug to leave your body by 50%. And by 4 half-lives, the drug is considered to be completely out of your system. So it would be 4 times 4 would be 16 days at least before Prozac was completely out of your system.
Okay. And that taken in conjunction with other medication could have adverse effects, correct?
It certainly could, yes. And if there were illicit drugs being taken along with prescription drugs, that could prove to be problematic.
Okay. Now, you mentioned that she was diagnosed with Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And it would be fair that you stated that this particular syndrome can have life-threatening cardiovascular complications, correct?
Yes, because it can affect blood vessels and heart valves. It can be associated with serious life-threatening cardiovascular symptoms.
Okay. And there was no indication in her medical records that this particular syndrome no longer persists in Ms. Foster. That'd be a fair statement, correct?
Well, again, it was inconsistently listed in her conditions. So all that I know was that she wasn't experiencing signs or symptoms or going to the hospital because of her EDS.
Okay. And just to be clear, there's nowhere in her medical records that would indicate that this particular syndrome no longer persists, correct?
Correct.
And you stated that this particular syndrome could be a cause for sudden death because it affects the cardiovascular, which is the heart. Is that correct?
Yes, and blood vessels. But
Okay.
Yes.
And if somebody went to the hospital complaining that they could barely feel their heartbeat, that could be an indication or a symptom of this particular syndrome, correct?
Yes, the visit for the palpitations could have been a symptom of the EDS. She did not have that diagnosis at that time.
Okay, but it could have been a symptom of that, to be clear, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you ever do a follow-up opinion letter when you were, I guess, confronted with the information that there could be possible seizures involved in Ms. Foster?
No. I was asked questions by counsel during the preliminary exam, but no, I did not follow up or change my opinion letter after first hearing about seizures.
Okay. And when you say by counsel, you mean myself, correct?
Yes, correct.
And it would be fair that you were never asked questions by the prosecutor about seizures at the preliminary examination, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And it would be fair that the prosecutor never contacted you and asked, could you provide a different opinion in conjunction with the information about her having seizures? That'd be fair, correct?
That would be fair, yes.
Okay. And also, there was never a request to you by the prosecutor to, I guess, formulate an opinion with the information that Ms. Foster was taking antidepressants. That'd be a fair statement, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And that information was never provided to you by the prosecution or the police that, in fact, Ms. Foster was taking antidepressants prior to today, correct?
Yes. Again, during the preliminary exam, you asked me questions about antidepressants, but prior to that, I had no knowledge. And since that, until sitting here, I did not have definitive proof that she was on any antidepressants.
Okay. Now, you spoke about a absent seizure, which, in your opinion, is the least severe type of seizure individual would have, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And would it be fair to say that other more severe seizures could, I guess, be unnoticed to an untrained eye?
Well, I would say that we're talking about activities that don't appear normal, spacing out or jerking or having rhythmic movements. That's what all of these seizures have some variation of. So I would say that that's observable.
Okay. So it'd be fair that an individual could space out and have a more severe seizure symptom or category than an absent seizure, correct?
Yes, the space out can occur with other types of seizures, and so it therefore could be part of a more serious condition.
Okay. And had you had information that at one point in time somebody observed her having a blackout or type of situation, and they were aware that she had previous other symptoms or seizures, would that possibly dictate or change your opinion of a possible cause of death?
Well, yes and no. Again, we need an official diagnosis of epilepsy to truly consider it. These episodes that have been described may be seizures, may be absent seizures, may be other types of seizures, could be relating to cardiovascular disease. So my answer would be that if she has been diagnosed and it's with epilepsy other than the absent seizures, that could explain her death. Without that diagnosis, we're just speculating, and I can't say that it then was actually a seizure or contributed to her death.
Okay. If she stated that she had a history of seizures and was taking medication for it, would that go into your analysis on whether or not this could be a possible cause of death if you knew that information?
That information, then we would have to track down who made the diagnosis, what medication, who prescribed it, where was that medication filled, to try and get that history that seems to be lacking in the medical record.
Okay. And would it be fair that a person who has untreated symptoms, they're not taking medication for it, could that make the symptoms much worse if they're not taking medication for it?
Yes, if you are supposed to be on anti-seizure medication and are not taking it, or not taking it as prescribed, you are at a greater risk for having a seizure and dying from seizures.
Okay. Now, some of the pre-ictal symptoms of a seizure would be a headache, correct?
That would be the aura, which could be the sense that you know a seizure is coming on, and a headache could be that feeling. The ictal refers to, at least in my understanding, the post-ictal is the period after the seizure where you are confused and you momentarily don't know what's going on.
Okay. And so pre-ictal would be before the seizure, correct?
Okay, yes, yes.
Are you familiar with that term?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
And also, some signs or pre-ictal signs prior to a seizure could be fatigue, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, fatigue and headaches could be symptoms of a person who is epileptic, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And if they go constantly to the hospital with these particular symptoms, it's possible that they were just undiagnosed for having seizures or being epileptic. Would that be fair?
Correct. If they're not suspecting it, that or it's not typical seizure behaviors, it can be misdiagnosed, or the diagnosis could be delayed.
Okay. And you would agree that no two seizures are the same, correct?
Well, correct. Yes.
Okay. So as far as typical symptoms, somebody may exhibit other symptoms that another individual may not exhibit. Would that be fair?
Correct.
Okay. And this could go for anything that's above absent seizures, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So somebody could have a life-threatening seizure and exhibit different symptoms than somebody else who's also having a life-threatening or life-ending seizure, correct?
Yes.
Okay. In some of these seizures, somebody could have a life-threatening seizure where the symptoms may persist for a few seconds. Would that be fair?
Yes.
Okay. And hypothetically, somebody could have a life-ending seizure in the amount of time it would take somebody to leave the room, get something to drink, and come back in there, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Now, you didn't have an opportunity, of course, to examine Ms. Foster prior to the date, correct?
Well, yes. I mean, I've never examined her in life or her remains, correct?
Okay. So you wouldn't be able to be in a position to say whether or not she was asymptomatic at certain times of certain ailments, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And on this particular day, you wouldn't be in a position to say whether or not she exhibited certain signs for a seizure that was more severe than an absent seizure, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, you indicated that you read a summary that was provided by the detective of the statements, correct?
Yes. Correct.
Okay. Now, when did you actually read the actual statements?
Yes. In last week, in preparation for this trial, the prosecutor sent me a transcript of the statements.
Okay. So when you made your opinion in June of 2023, you had not had read the full summary, well, not the full summary, but the full reports at that particular time.
That is
Now, you also stated that in today's society, you have to incorporate opiates in your analysis, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And would it be fair to say the reason because of that is that in some incidences, there's an inadvertently, I guess, consumption of fentanyl? Or it could be.
Yeah, in a lot of situations, we don't know. There are people who are known to use drugs, prescription or otherwise. But yes, fentanyl seems to be very pervasive in our society.
Okay. Have you ever been, I guess, seen a particular case where there has been marijuana that has been laced with fentanyl and somebody may have consumed that without them knowing?
Yes, that is a possibility.
Okay. And is it also a possibility that an individual could have been regularly consuming marijuana laced with fentanyl, and then to a particular time they consume more than they normally do and overdose?
Yes, that's a possibility too.
And is it also, I guess, a fair statement that if somebody was regularly consuming marijuana with fentanyl, they would build up some type of tolerance, correct?
Yes, it would take higher doses and more doses for them to feel the effects.
Okay. And an overdose that would affect somebody's breathing?
Yes, an opiate overdose is fairly characteristic. The person becomes unresponsive and their heart rate and their breathing slow down until they stop.
Okay. And if somebody was experiencing a life-ending seizure, would it also be similar symptoms such as difficulty breathing or shallow breathing and a faint heartbeat?
It certainly could be, particularly toward the end of the seizure. If you're dying in a seizure, eventually, yes, your heart will slow down and stop.
Okay. And would it be fair that since every seizure is different, a life-ending seizure could only persist 30 seconds or less, correct?
I would assume that they would take longer than 30 seconds. You need to have at least a couple minutes of your brain not getting oxygen in order for your brain cells to die. So I would say, but it could happen within a few minutes.
Okay. And when you hear, I guess, the symptoms of a faint heartbeat and barely or shallow breathing, to you as a trained expert, that means that somebody could be or is close to death, correct?
Yes, that would be a description of someone who is dying and close to death.
Do you know if Prozac is a tricyclic antidepressant?
No, Prozac again is the SSRI. Tricyclic antidepressants they act by a different mechanism.
So Prozac is not one of those
Correct.
categories? Okay. Has you had an opportunity to review her whole medical records to determine whether or not she was under a triglyceric antidepressant?
Again, the records that I had received did not have medication lists, and in what I reviewed while I was testifying, I only saw fluoxetine.
Okay, so to be fair, that you haven't had enough time to rule out whether or not she was on a triglyceric antidepressant, correct?
Correct. I clearly have not received all the records in order to do that.
And would it be fair to say that a triglyceric antidepressant could trigger seizures in an epileptic individual?
Yes, if you do not have epilepsy, the tricyclic antidepressants will not trigger a seizure, but if you do have epilepsy, they can trigger them or make them longer or make them worse.
You also stated that she was diagnosed with COVID.
Yes.
Now, from your experience, a lot of individuals died from COVID-19, correct? And some individuals had heart issues that were caused by COVID-19, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you're not in a position to rule out whether or not COVID-19 could have been a contributing factor in somebody who already has a pre-existing cardiovascular issues.
In order for that to be an option, you would still have to be COVID positive and have documented signs and symptoms relating to that since the time that you were sick. In this case, she had the diagnosis and she had the pneumonia, which resolved, and she had no other signs or symptoms relating to it.
Okay.
So I would say in her case, know that if she was having cardiac symptoms or heart disease, it would not be due to COVID.
Okay, and it'd be fair to say that you have no documentation that she ever tested negative for COVID-19 after testing positive, correct?
I honestly don't know. In the records I had, there was no follow-up COVID. I don't know whether she actually did have follow-up COVID tests or not.
Okay. And you would agree that during COVID-19, a lot of individuals died who were in fact asymptomatic, correct?
That would really be no. In all of the COVID deaths that we had within Wayne County, they were symptomatic, whether acutely ill or had documented long COVID signs and symptoms. To just spontaneously die and have it be due to COVID was not the case, is not the case.
Okay, so there was never any, I guess, conversation or literature that was put out that individuals were asymptomatic of COVID-19.
They could be asymptomatic and die, but then they would have died from something else. If you were asymptomatic, you would not have died actively from a COVID infection.
Okay. But COVID, if you have a COVID infection, it could make a pre-existing condition worse, correct?
Yes, it could.
Okay. Such as an individual who's diagnosed with Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, correct?
Yes, anytime you have a syndrome like EDS, you want to stay clear of all infections because that can make things worse. So by her having COVID, if she actually had EDS and it was diagnosed at that time, definitely an infection could have made that worse.
Okay. And the same for pneumonia. It could have made that syndrome worse too, correct?
Yes, except that her pneumonias were all treated as an outpatient and they resolved. So I would think that would be very unlikely in her case, unless she died while she was actively having pneumonia.
Okay. But the fact that she was treated as an outpatient doesn't lessen the probability that pneumonia could make a Ehlers-Danlos syndrome worse.
True, but it wouldn't be a long-term worse. It would be worse while you were actively sick. So while she had pneumonia, it could have made her conditions worse. But once you heal and the pneumonia is gone, then its effect on something like EDS should no longer exist.
And you also indicated about potential asthma. So asthma attack could be a cause for sudden death also, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you said that they would have symptoms associated with that asthma attack,
Yes.
correct? Would it be fair to say that every asthma attack is different?
That is true, but the hallmark of them is that you are trying to get air into your lungs when it feels like you can't. So it's a struggle. So whether you will be hyperventilating or coughing or complaining of chest pain, but an asthma attack is not asymptomatic.
Okay. So in every asthma attack is somebody like wheezing or?
Might be. You could be coughing, you could be wheezing. Those details might differ from person to person, but this is where you are actively struggling to get air into your system.
Okay. Could it be shallow breathing?
Shallow breathing only if you are dying from your asthma attack. The shallow breathing is a function of you unable to get the air into your lungs and you are dying, not necessarily the start of the asthma attack itself.
Okay, so it could be the end of an asthma attack. as far as shallow breathing, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And would it be fair that no two asthma attacks last the same duration, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And would it be fair that a life-ending asthma attack could, I guess, persist in a matter of seconds?
Again, no. It always takes at least a few minutes because that's how long your brain cells can last without oxygen. So you can be in attack for several minutes and then survive. It's when you have these attacks or episodes where it lasts longer than that. So now your brain cells have been without oxygen for a critical length of time. So I would say you can't die in seconds in an asthma attack, but you could definitely die after minutes.
Okay. And if somebody was hypothetically sleeping and they had an asthma attack and or seizure, we'll do asthma attack first. Somebody was sleeping and they had an asthma attack. Might they not exhibit the same symptoms as an individual who was awake?
You would wake up because you can't breathe. So again, it's a very active struggle to breathe type of look. So yes, you would wake up. You wouldn't just die in your sleep in an asthma attack. You would wake up and be struggling.
Okay. And in regards to a seizure, if somebody was asleep and they had a seizure, a life-ending seizure, may it have different symptoms than an individual who was awake?
Yes, again, with the exception of absence seizures, you can die in a seizure or it's sudden death, which is most instances you are just dead in bed. There's no evidence that you died while having seizure activity. So yes, when you are asleep, you can die from seizures and have it appear like nothing.
Okay. And you indicated that the way to detect if somebody is prone to epilepsy or have a history of such, then you would have to test their brain waves.
Yes,
Correct.
Epilepsy is diagnosed on exam laboratory tests, which include an EEG, which does look at the brain waves, and that can only be done when you're alive.
Okay. So to be fair, that if you're presented a body, if somebody died because of a seizure, there's no way that you would be able to determine whether or not that individual actually did die of a seizure, correct?
Correct. There are no autopsy findings of seizure. This is why the history before death is so important. If we do have that history, the autopsy is really to rule out other reasons why you died.
Okay.
And if we can do that, there's no other diseases, there's no drugs, and you have a history of epilepsy, then we can conclude that that's what you died from.
And in a situation where it may not have been documented that somebody had a history of seizures, and you're presented with a body and you do an autopsy, then you wouldn't be able to even come to the conclusion that they did die of a seizure, correct?
That is correct.
You also stated that, I guess, cardiovascular issues could cause seizures, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Or behavior that looks like seizures to everybody.
Okay. And Ehlers-Danlos syndrome is a condition which could cause seizure-like symptoms to the untrained eye or trained eye, correct?
Well, certain variants of it have the vascular, the heart and vascular component. So if she's dying from one of those related issues, the behavior that you see might resemble a seizure. But EDS by itself doesn't cause seizures or, in the absence of cardiovascular symptoms, produce seizure-like activities.
Okay. So in conclusion, it's very possible that an individual who had a history of seizures could have suddenly died a 17-year-old, 18-year-old individual could die of a seizure if they had a history of it, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And just to be clear, had you had that information, you would have reduced that to writing in your report, correct?
Yes, if I had the documentation of that, I would have included that in the likely scenario or not, depending on what the medical records actually showed.
Okay. In the summary that you read, the symptoms of faint heartbeat and shallow breathing or difficulty breathing could be consistent with a life-ending seizure, correct?
Correct. Or it's the common pathway to any life-ending event. Eventually, you are unresponsive and your heart slows down until it stops.
Just to be clear, it could be consistent with a life-ending seizure, correct?
Yes,
Okay.
it could.
Thank you. No further questions.
Mr. Uterich?
Yes, Your Honor. I want to publish a couple of documents briefly. I just want to be clear, Dr. Labby, so in your report that is admitted as Exhibit 57, what's the final sentence of this first paragraph read?
The other file was a 638-page copy of Zion Foster's medical records in the Henry Ford Health System.
Okay, and just then showing Exhibit 56, the set of medical records, how many pages are reflected here?
Here, 638.
Okay, I guess what I'm wondering, and I've got this up to page 495, and you see some discussion of medications here, is that correct?
Yes.
And this would be from December 12th, 2021? Or December 22nd of 2021, I'm sorry. Would that be correct?
Yes.
Is it possible in your initial review that you just missed this?
Objection, that's leading.
Well, I'm asking because I'm confused about this.
Certainly. When I reviewed this, I did not see any medications or the fluoxetine listed. I did not memorize all 638 pages of her medical records. So if that is in my copy, then yes, I completely missed that it was there.
But just to be clear, you reviewed a 638-page set of records, correct?
Correct.
And this exhibit is a 638-page set of records?
Yes.
Okay. There was some discussion about the summaries of the statements that Detective Gilliman provided to you. In reviewing the actual transcripts of the statements, were there any material differences that you saw between the two sets?
No. Again, the only information that I was interested in is what drugs were allegedly used, the time frame between the usage and her becoming unresponsive, and her behavior during that time. When I reviewed the transcripts of these statements, the information regarding these issues were identical to the two-page summary that I had received.
And just to be clear, your analysis was sort of limited to those summaries that you received and this set of medical records, is that correct?
Yes, correct.
And would it have been relevant to your analysis if you heard that the defendant had a deep bloody gash on him the night that Zion Foster disappeared?
Objection, Your Honor. How is this relevant to first of all, this goes beyond the scope of cross, and I don't see how it's relevant to her testimony at all. Definitely beyond the scope of cross.
How is this beyond the scope of cross? I mean, he's been asking hypothetical after hypothetical after hypothetical for the last hour.
I've been asking hypotheticals about what could have happened, just like he was asking hypotheticals if somebody had this condition or this condition. But as far as what's allegedly on somebody else, I believe that goes beyond her testimony, definitely beyond the scope of cross.
Okay. I'll answer your first.
Would it have been relevant for your analysis if you had heard that the defendant had a large bloody gash the night that Zion Foster disappeared?
While that information might have been a red flag for law enforcement, since I didn't have a body to examine and an autopsy, any injuries on anybody else I cannot put into context. If I had a body and I could do an autopsy and I knew that there were, say, stab wounds or blunt force trauma, then yes, any injuries that could possibly be on someone else could indicate a struggle. But without a body to examine, I can't say anything about injuries on anybody else.
Okay, and in terms of your review of the descriptions of the supposed circumstances of Miss Foster's passing, especially in connection with all the questioning about seizures, would it have been relevant for you to know that the defendant himself claims to have had seizures?
I think
Objection. This is irrelevant. Like, Your Honor, this is irrelevant to her analysis and her testimony, whether or not any condition my client possibly had. I don't see other relevance, Your
How
Honor.
is it relevant?
Because wouldn't you think that would be the first thing that the defendant would have said in one of these 4 different statements that he told the police?
Your Honor, this is beyond her expertise, Your Honor.
All right, sustain.
Thank you.
Okay. Now, in terms of this discussion about seizures, would it be relevant for you to know that Zion's mother testified that she was aware of no seizure-like symptoms?
that information, and if assuming that the mother spends a lot of time around her children, would speak to the frequency of any seizure-like activity. If she hasn't noticed any and she spends a lot of time around her child, that would certainly tell you that the seizures did not happen very, very often. Other than that, I can't glean any information out of that.
Okay, and would it strike you as odd or out of the ordinary for someone who's been treated as regularly as Zion was treated to have some kind of serious condition like this go undiagnosed?
Most definitely. As I said previously, she was no stranger to the healthcare system. I mean, she even went for her wellness checks, and a condition like this would have to be diagnosed and medicated, and would definitely appear in your problem list and in your medication list, so that any subsequent visits they would know, and in case there was like going to be any medications that are going to be prescribed new, that it doesn't conflict with what she already has. Some seizure medications also require maintenance levels. So it is strange, given how often she went into the healthcare system, that there's no diagnosis or anti-seizure meds prescribed.
Okay. And do you have any suspicion that EDS killed Zion Foster?
I question as a physician whether she actually had it when it's not consistently appearing in your records, and in the records how the diagnosis was made and the testing. Without that, I doubt that she actually had it. If she did actually have it, she was clearly not having any cardiovascular symptoms, which would be the life-threatening ones. And with the vascular type that affects blood vessels, there are characteristic facial features that go along with it, and she did not have those. The valvular type, you can have valve prolapse and die suddenly, but that type manifests a lot earlier in life. So besides doubting that how the diagnosis was made, there was no mention of any of the other supporting things that would be needed that would indicate that she had it or that it was life-threatening.
Okay, and in your work over the past 26 years, have you encountered other cases involving the alleged disposal of human remains?
Yes.
You ever heard of anybody disposing of human remains to hide a death by COVID-19?
Objection, Your Honor. This goes beyond the scope. She's not an investigator, and how
You
would
spent a half hour trying to suggest she died of COVID. I think I can question. Again, in your experience, you ever heard of somebody disposing of human remains to disguise or conceal a death by COVID-19?
No.
In your experience, have you ever heard of someone disposing of human remains to disguise or conceal a death by seizure?
No.
And hypothetically, when it comes to this commentary about shallow breathing and a faint heartbeat, is there anything else you can think of that could cause those symptoms?
Well, again, those symptoms just tell me that she was dying, and it could be if there actually is a condition that was not diagnosed or symptomatic, if there was drug usage and the circumstances as reported are not true, but that would also be the appearance of someone if they were suffocated.
So suffocation could cause shallow breathing and a faint heartbeat.
Yes, if the lack of oxygen has gone beyond the point where your brain cells are starting to die, yes. Again, shallow breathing and being unresponsive is essentially what all of us go through as we're dying.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Yes, thank you. Now, doctor, you stated that you were unaware of any anti-seizure medications, correct?
Yes.
It's possible that you may have overlooked whether or not there was a history of anti-seizure medications that were prescribed to her, correct?
Well, no, I didn't overlook that there was no diagnosis of it and or monitoring or treatment. If it had appeared without a diagnosis in her medication list and it was in the list that I clearly missed with the fluoxetine, then yes.
So it's possible that you missed it, correct?
But again, not in the context of there was no diagnosis or monitoring of it. So I don't believe that I missed it in the medical records.
Okay, but you don't know what you don't know. So if you did miss it in the diagnosis, which is a possibility, you wouldn't be in a position right now to say that you missed it, correct? Correct?
Yes, I guess
Okay.
if I don't know that it was there, then I don't know that it was there.
And similarly, when you were asked a question at an exam prior today about there being a presence of antidepressant medication, at that point in time, you thought that it wasn't, correct?
Correct.
And you had the correct information at the time of your analysis, correct?
If that page appears in my medical records, then
Okay.
yes, it was there.
And it'd be fair that you were never given any additional medical records other than the ones you were previously provided at the inception of your analysis, correct?
That is correct. After the preliminary exam and the questions of you regarding antidepressants and seizures, I did ask if there were any other medical records, and I was told that I received all that they could find.
Okay. So the medical records that contain the information that there has been a history of antidepressant, you had those medical records when you formulated your opinion in your June of 2023 letter, correct?
Yes.
Now, you stated that you doubt whether or not she actually had EDS. I mean, you're not a internist, are you?
No.
Okay. You're not in a position where you diagnose individuals who may have Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And that diagnosis was provided on her medical records by a trained medical professional, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
However, it wasn't typed.
That information was contained in her medical records by a trained medical
Yes,
professional,
yes.
yes? Okay. Did you ever request additional information from that medical provider to find out whether or not, in fact, she did have Ehlers-Danlos syndrome or if it was misdiagnosed?
No, I did not discuss this case with anybody else. I simply asked if there were additional records.
Okay. So you're not in a position to, I guess, speculate whether or not this other trained medical professional actually misdiagnosed her, correct?
Correct. I just said that I had doubts and I would want to see certain things in the medical records.
Okay. And you could have contacted the medical provider who generated these records, correct?
I guess I could have, yes.
Okay. And you did not do that in this particular
No,
case, did you?
I did not do
Okay.
that.
And you were not asked to do that in this particular case by the prosecution, correct?
That is correct.
Now, as far as individuals disposing of bodies, that goes beyond the scope of your job description, correct? Of why somebody might do something, correct?
Why, but how bodies are found and disposed of is unfortunately part of our job because we do have to document things. So yes, we have many cases where things have happened to the bodies after death.
Okay. My question is whether or not that information is disclosed to you as a possible reason why a body was disposed.
Oh, yes, no, that is of no concern to me why a body was disposed. I simply document if it has been and what injuries, if present, would have been before death or due to how the body was disposed.
Okay. So when the prosecutor asks you, have you ever heard such as a case of somebody disposing a body due to COVID-19 or due to a seizure, you've never heard the reason why somebody would dispose of a body under any circumstances. Would that be correct?
Yes, but I interpreted the prosecutor's questions as to has any person who has died from a seizure or COVID had a body disposed of or put into a dumpster, and the answer is no. The reasons why was not the question that I was asked.
Okay. Now, you stated that there would be facial features, I guess, associated with.
One of the two severe forms of EDS, specifically the vascular one, so that it's concerning because it affects blood vessels. There are characteristic facial features that these patients have. That would include wide set eyes, a very sharp nose, thin lips, recessed chin, and no earlobes. And in the pictures that I have seen of Zion, she did not have any of these features.
Okay, and would it be fair to say that these particular symptoms don't exist in every individual who may have been diagnosed with Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, correct?
That is correct, but at least some, if not all of those, should be present in the variant that they're described in, which is the vascular variant. If she had any of the other variants, you would not expect to see those features.
Okay. And you stated earlier that an individual who went to the hospital stating that they can barely feel their heart, that could be a symptom of EDS, correct?
Well, yes, correct.
Okay. And it's also possible that at times hospitals fail to diagnose an individual with certain symptoms, with certain conditions, correct?
Yes, with particularly vague symptoms, it can be misdiagnosed or undiagnosed for a period of time, yes.
Okay. And a person who's epileptic, some of the symptoms are fatigue and headaches, correct?
As an indication that they're coming on, yes.
Okay. And a person can go to the hospital with these particular symptoms and be misdiagnosed, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Because there's a particular test that one must undergo in order to find out whether or not somebody has seizure issues, correct?
Correct. And if you're not describing symptoms that sound like a seizure, they may not be thinking of it. Correct.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
Any reader?
No, you're right.
Any questions from the jury? All right, please pass your question up for the deputy. Counsel, please approach. Can anemia cause someone to pass out / faint? Could this look like a mild seizure?
Yes, if you are anemic, particularly like when you stand up or bend over, you can get dizzy, you can get lightheaded, and you can faint. And if that, I guess, persists long enough, then it could look like seizure-like activity, but usually no. But yes, passing out, fainting, most definitely. If you're anemic, the seizure-like activity less likely.
Any follow-up questions based on that?
No, you're right.
And based upon your reviewing of the medical records, there was no history of her being anemic, correct?
I do not recall seeing that in her medical records.
Okay,
no.
thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, ma'am. You can step down. We've been doing it, and we'll take a quick break. We can respect our way to these facilities.
Recording stopped.
Welcome back to Live Now Detroit. You just finished listening to testimony from Dr. Lee Lavity. She is an assistant medical examiner in Wayne County. She talked about how she was connected to Zion Foster's case, trying to attempt to figure out possible ways that she could have passed away without a body. She outlined Zion's medical history from 2016 to 2021. That history showed that Zion was no stranger to the healthcare system. She regularly went for wellness checks and other situations such as having strep throat or pneumonia. So she visited the hospitals and doctors and urgent care regularly. She did say that in 2021, Zion did visit family medicine for depression. She was diagnosed with anxiety and depression and then was prescribed Prozac for that. And that is an antidepressant. And Zion was prescribed the lowest dose of that, which is also referred to as a starter dose. Dr. Lavity testified that there are no safety issues related to this medication due to it being low risk. And she also testified about the side effects of abruptly stopping medication like Prozac. And she said that's mainly fatigue. It's nothing serious. It's nothing life-threatening or something that would impact your health. Now, as you just heard, court is taking a quick 10 to 15-minute break. We're going to take a break as well. When we come back, we'll have more from Dr. Lavity detailing Zion's medical history there compared to claims that were made by Jaylin Brazier regarding her death. We'll be right back after this break. Welcome back to Live Now Detroit. I'm your host, Jamie Sherrod. We heard from our 29th witness of the day, or rather in this trial overall. It's been 6 days of the murder trial of Jaylin Brazier. The testimony we heard today was from Dr. Lee Lavity. She's an assistant medical examiner in Wayne County. We want to show you a replay of kind of what she had to say concerning Zion's health history. Take a listen.
And what's the date of the next visit?
The next visit was October 21st, 2021.
And do the records indicate whether there was a stated reason for that visit?
This visit was to family medicine for depression.
Okay. And do the records for that visit indicate whether there was any diagnosis made?
The diagnosis was anxiety and depression.
And was there any sort of anything prescribed at that time? What do the records indicate?
She was prescribed Prozac or fluoxetine. The dosage was 10 milligrams per day.
Okay, and are you familiar with the prescription medicine known as Prozac?
Yes.
And what is Prozac prescribed to treat?
Prozac is fluoxetine, and it is prescribed. It is an antidepressant. Antidepressants are classified according to how they, the mechanism that they work in your body through. And fluoxetine is known as a selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor, an SSRI. And that is important when you're considering other diseases and whether they should be prescribed for them or not. And this is the lowest dose, or the starter dose for Prozac. The dosage can get much higher.
And can SSRIs like Prozac be used to treat anxiety as well as depression?
Yes.
And is it common in your experience for them to be prescribed to treat both anxiety and depression?
I believe this goes beyond her expertise. She's not a pharmacologist. She stated that she's a forensic pathologist, so I don't believe she would be well versed on some of these medications, on what the causes or particular ailments necessary for an individual to take these.
I'll lay more foundation, Your Honor.
Okay.
In your work as a forensic pathologist and as a trained medical doctor, do you have familiarity with prescription drugs?
Yes, but my familiarity is with how they might cause death, or in combination with other drugs result in death.
And I guess based on that knowledge, do you have some familiarity with the prescription practices relating to certain prescription drugs?
With regards to Prozac, what I'm familiar with is that this is a starter dose versus one of the higher doses, and again, how it might interact with other diseases or drugs to result death. All I know is that I know that it is prescribed for anxiety and depression, but in what particular instance this versus another one, that's beyond my area.
Okay, understood. But I guess what I'm wondering is can Prozac be used to can Prozac be prescribed for depression and anxiety?
Yes.
And you mentioned the dosage that Ms. Foster was prescribed was how much?
10 milligrams per day.
And what was it that you said about that particular dosage?
This is what the starter dosage is for Prozac. It can go up significantly higher for the total dosage per day.
And are you aware of, based on your medical experience, of any safety issues relating to Prozac?
Thankfully, no. Other types of antidepressants, there are some very serious contraindications for prescribing them, but Prozac is considered a low risk with a lot of other conditions and medications.
Are you, in your work and in your training, are you familiar with whether there are possible side effects with abruptly?
Will you please raise your right hand?
All right, that was Dr. Lee Laverty that you just heard from. It looks like court is back from break. We're going to listen in right now.
About the truth. I do. Thank you. Please take your seat at the witness stand.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Your Honor. Sir, you'll be asked a series of questions. Please wait till each question is fully asked before you respond. We'll have one person talking at a time. Please try to learn a natural tendency for nonverbal answers such as shrugs of the shoulder, nods to the head, because those don't translate into the record. If there's an objection, please stop talking until it's resolved. Please keep your voice up, and if you would, please state your name and spell it.
My name is Eric Franti. That's ERIK FRANTI.
All right, thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, what do you do for a living?
I am a detective with the Detroit Police Department.
And how long have you been employed with the Detroit Police Department?
10 years.
And how long have you been a detective in the Detroit Police Department?
2 years.
And what's your current role as a detective with the Detroit Police Department?
I work in the cybercrimes unit.
And what's the sort of general scope of your duties in the cybercrimes unit?
We are tasked with cell phone forensics, computer forensics, as well as investigating child sexually abusive material.
Okay, and how long have you been in that role?
I have been in that role for 5 years.
Okay, and as part of that role, do you have any specialized training when it comes to cell phone forensics or computer forensics?
Yes.
And what sort of training do you have?
I've taken courses through the National White Collar Crime Center, as well as I was Cellbrite certified in conducting cell phone examinations and extractions.
Okay. And to be clear, this case doesn't involve cybercrimes, is that correct?
That's correct.
But were you asked to review a particular phone extraction to provide some technical insight into it?
Yes, I was.
And does your training and experience in cybercrimes enable you to provide some technical insight about the data associated with the phone extraction that you reviewed in connection with this case?
Yes, it does.
And have you previously testified as an expert in the field of cell phone or computer extractions?
I have not.
Okay. And so this will be your first time?
Correct.
And the sort of methods that you use when you're analyzing cell phone extractions or computer extractions, are those methods that you came up with on your own, or are those more widely accepted within the law enforcement community?
I'd say more widely accepted in the law enforcement community.
Okay. And in terms of your experience working on cybercrimes cases, and particularly child sexually abusive material cases, do you have to get into kind of the granular nuts and bolts of data that is recovered from cell phones?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And did you do that in this case?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Your Honor, I would pass for any voir dires to the witness's expertise.
Yes, just a few questions. Hello, Detective. Now, you stated that you're an expert in cybercrimes, or what is your title, I guess, so to speak?
I'm a detective with the Detroit Police Department.
Okay. And what training have you underwent in order to make you an expert in, I guess, cybercrimes?
I've taken courses through the National White Collar Crime Center in cell phone extraction, cell phone for extraction analysis.
Okay, cell phone extraction and analysis. How many hours of training did you go through on that particular subject?
I'd say, I believe it was 20.
20? Okay. And did you receive any certificates after undergoing that training?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and what certificates did you receive?
Just certificates of completion for the courses.
Okay. Did they call you maybe like a specialist, or was it like specialist 1, specialist 2? Is there a particular title that was bestowed upon you after undergoing those 20 hours worth of training in that particular area of extraction?
No, sir.
Okay. And when did you undergo this training for cell phone extraction?
It was 2019.
2019. Okay. Are you required to take any continuing learning or legal education to keep that particular certification? Or is it just a one-time training?
It was just a one-time training.
Okay. Have you had any follow-up training since 2019 in the area of cell phone extraction?
Yeah, we continuously go through National White Collar Crime Center to keep our skills sharp in
Keep your skills sharp, okay. Could you specify what type of training you would undergo in order to keep your skills sharp?
It's more, they offer different courses that different people go through, and
I didn't mean to cut you off. Could you just testify on what you specifically did, not others? What type of additional training or classes did you specifically take?
can't remember the names of them. But it's multiple with the National White Collar Crime Center.
She has multiple with the White Collar Crime Center?
Yes, National White Collar Crime Center.
Okay. And do you know how many hours approximately you took?
I can't recall.
Okay. Can you recall the last time you took a class?
It's like 2-3 months ago.
2 or 3 months ago? Was this online? Was it in person?
It was online.
Online? Okay. Was there a test that was administered after these classes or training?
Yes, they usually test you afterwards to make sure that you've retained knowledge.
Okay, you said they usually. Did they do it in this particular situation?
Yes, they did.
Okay. And did you pass?
Yes.
Okay, is it a pass or fail score, or if you remember, or is it a particular percentage that one must achieve in order to pass?
It's a particular percentage.
Okay, and do you know what that percentage number is? 80%? Okay. Just roughly how many questions on the test?
I believe it was 10.
10. Okay, multiple choice?
Yes.
Okay. If you were to fail the test, could you then retake the test again? If you know?
Yes.
Okay, so you can keep taking as many times until you pass it, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And do the questions remain the same?
I believe they're in a different order.
Different order, but the same questions, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And the test will let you know which answers you got wrong, correct?
No.
They won't? Okay. Now, other than, I guess, cell phone extraction, what other areas are you certified in?
Computer forensics.
Computer forensics. Okay. Now, what type of training did you undergo in order to be certified in computer forensics?
I was also through the National White Collar Crime Center.
Okay. Was it a test? Was it a seminar? What type of, I guess, training was it?
It was similar to the cell phone training.
Okay. Do you know how many hours you had to complete in order to be certified in computer forensics?
I can't recall.
Do you know the last time you attended such a course?
I believe it was 2023.
Okay. Is that the last or the first?
That was the last.
Okay. What was the first time you attended?
2019.
2019. Okay. Is there a certain amount of credits that you must maintain per year in order to keep to be certified in computer forensics?
Not for those courses, no.
Not for those courses? Okay. As your part of your duties with the Detroit Police Department, is there a requirement from Detroit Police for you to keep a certain amount of, I guess, credits per year in these particular areas of cell phone extraction and or computer forensics?
No, there's not.
There's not?
No, sir.
Okay. And you stated that you've never been certified as an expert in a court case, correct?
That's correct.
Have you ever attempted to be certified in a court case and just have not been certified?
No, sir.
Okay. So this is the first time you're testifying and you're in the capacity of an expert?
In the capacity of expert witness, yes.
Okay. Now, are there any other areas other than the two previously named that you're certified in?
No, questions. That's it.
That's it. No further questions.
Detective Pranty, if I could just ask a couple of follow-up questions. So, again, you've been in this line of work for how many years now?
5 years.
And this field of cybercrimes and cybercrimes investigation, is that what you're doing day in and day out, or do you have other duties as well?
That's what I do day in and day out.
Okay. And how did you make it into that particular field? What brought you to that field?
I am very interested in technology, and so I put my application in to be considered for the spot for cybercrimes.
Okay, did you have any sort of computer science background before you put your application in?
No, sir.
Okay, and after you put your application in, it sounds like you've done some training on forensic imaging of cell phones. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what was the other certification? It was computer forensics?
Yes, imaging, computer hard drives, and different other devices that store memory.
And how is it, in your daily job, that you utilize those particular certifications and the training that you have?
Every day we do, we image computers and different digital devices forensically, and then we process them through and make them into a human readable format.
Okay, and do you have experience analyzing those images once they're in a readable format?
Yes.
And is, again, I guess that experience that you have, is that based on the training that you receive in these fields?
That's correct.
And yeah, Your Honor, with that, I guess I'd move to qualify him as an expert in the field of forensic cell phone and computer extraction and analysis.
I wouldn't classify him as an expert. He may have experience. However, I believe due to his, lack of knowledge of his particular training and or what particular, thresholds are necessary in order for an individual to maintain certain certifications in these particular different subject areas, I don't believe he's qualified to be an expert in cell phone extraction in this particular case.
Sir, do you undergo any proficiency? Have you undergone any proficiency testing?
No, sir.
Okay. Have you gone? Are there particular programs that you utilize on a daily basis?
Oh, yes.
And what are those programs?
We use Celebrate for cell phone forensics and Magnet Axiom for computer forensics.
All right. And what sort of education training have you received with Celebrate and Axiom?
Celebrate, I have been certified as a Celebrate forensic examiner, and with Axiom I have not had any training, but I do have the experience.
Okay. And how often do you Celebrate?
Every day, sir.
All right. And how do you know that you're operating it appropriately if you haven't been proficiency tested?
Because I have received training for Celebrate in the past, and I have been certified in the past.
You have been certified. Who certifies you?
Celebrate themselves, the company.
And how do they know that you're certified?
Because there's a course that you take for.
And is there an exam that you have to pass?
Yes, there is.
And you passed that successfully?
Yes.
And are there follow-up tests or quizzes that you have to take to maintain that certification?
Yes.
And did you pass those?
My certification lapsed in 2021, and I have not been able to recertify.
Judge, I'll just offer him as a lay witness, and I believe he can testify about it based on his experience using Celebrate about the particular issues that are posed here.
Okay, fair enough.
Detective, I want to show you let me first ask you, in connection with this case, was there a particular, did you look at one particular phone extraction?
Yes.
And at the point you looked at it, what was the format that extraction was in?
It was in a Cellbrite reader format.
Okay, and so you didn't actually do the phone dump yourself, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. But you looked at it once what we call a phone dump was created, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And just showing you what's been admitted as Exhibit 72. Would this be the device information report for the phone dump that you looked at in this case?
Yes, that would be.
Okay, and do you see the evidence number reflected there on the exhibit?
Yes, I do.
And what was the evidence number for that particular phone?
Would you like the whole one or just the
the last two digits?
It's 89.
Okay, and I'm holding what's been admitted as Exhibit 61. Does that exhibit have the same evidence number?
Yes, it does.
And what's the description on that particular Exhibit 61?
Black iPhone, Apple iPhone in a green and black case belonging to Jaylin Brazier.
Okay. And I want to show you what has been marked, or rather admitted as Exhibit 73. Did you have an opportunity to review some of the web browsing activity that was identified in this particular extraction?
Yes, I did.
And I'm going to publish what has been marked as Exhibit 73A. If we look at this web history, starting in row 1, what sort of information do we glean from that?
The title of the web page, the URL, when it was last visited, how many visits.
What was that title as reflected?
So the title is "My Cousin That I Haven't Seen in a While Was Pretty Much Like Zeta Grand Blue Fantasy No-Kin."
And what's the sort of overall URL or web address that was visited in connection with that page?
Was allporncomic.com.
And what's the date of that visit?
The date of that visit was 6/4/2023.
Okay, and I want to scroll down to line 4. What's the title of the web page that was visited with respect to this particular data?
Together with my older cousin, Kenji Kishizuka.
And what's the overall URL associated with that that particular website or web page visit?
Allporncomic.com.
And what was the date of that?
6/4/2023.
Your Honor, if we may approach.
Okay, and I want to move to line 7. What would be the title of that particular webpage?
The title is "Watch Me Fuck My Step Cousin on Her Parents' Bed."
And
X videos.
what's the overall URL from that webpage visit?
It's www.xvideos.com.
And just as a general matter, do you have familiarity with what the domain xvideos.com is?
It is a pornography website.
Okay. And I'm going to scroll down to line 12. What's the URL shown for purposes of line 12?
It's xvideos.com.
And then is there a description after that?
Yes, it's me and my step cousin-in-law get caught fucking.
Okay. And is there a date associated with that particular visit that's reflected in this data?
Not reflected in this data, no.
If we go down to row 14, what's the URL that's reflected here?
xvideos.com.
And what about what follows the overall domain name?
Yes, it's /K = cousin.
And did you, I guess, familiarize yourself in the course of your work with this? Is there a search feature on xvideos.com?
Yes.
And if hypothetically one were to search xvideos.com for cousin,
Objection. This would be speculation. That'd be speculation.
I'm asking him whether
He's not an expert witness. I mean, for him
Well,
to
I
give.
think he's asking him if he's visited the site and what he saw. Is that right?
He's
That's
asking
correct.
hypothetically, if you were to do something on a particular site, what would be the conclusion of that? But as a lay witness, I don't believe he can.
But
give
I
his
don't think
opinion.
that's the question, Mr. Brown. I think the question is whether or not he visited that particular site.
No, he asked them if it has a search engine and you type in this particular phrase, what would happen? That was the question. Am I incorrect with that?
No, that's exactly what I'm trying to ask, but I think he's qualified to answer that question.
Hold on.
So if you went to xvideos.com and typed in the search term cousin, what URL would get reflected by doing that?
It would be similar to this.
You're right. I get it. Once that's beyond his scope of his expertise in this particular matter. He's a lay witness, and for him to give particular, I guess, his professional opinion on what URL would appear after typing a particular phrase, that would be upon his scope, Your Honor. If he was an expert witness, then maybe he could give an opinion. But as a lay witness, Your Honor, that's beyond.
I don't think this necessarily even calls for expert opinion, Your Honor. I'm simply asking him to interpret this specific webpage by testifying. If you were to go to that page and do this, would we get the same result? And that's based on his experience, and I don't think that calls for an expert opinion.
Okay, well, I mean, I'm not sure you can reach a conclusion if he hasn't actually gone to that site, though. I'll sustain the objection.
Detective Ferranti, did in sort of in connection with your analysis, did you go to the site xvideos.com for this case?
I did not.
You did, okay. In your experience investigating cybercrimes, do you often find yourself investigating the significance of web domain names?
Yes.
And do you often find yourself investigating the significance of search history that is recovered in extraction reports like the one we're looking at right now?
Yes.
And in your experience doing cybercrimes investigation and in your training as a cybercrimes investigator, is there any significance to the symbol K equals?
And Your Honor, once again, this beyond his scope. He's asking him to testify as an expert witness upon his experience in cyber crimes. Your Honor, he's testifying as a lay witness, so that goes beyond what he can testify to because he's not an expert witness.
I'm going to try to lay a little bit more of a foundation, perhaps, that he's got some education, training, and experience in that area.
When you're investigating cybercrimes, is it important to at times distinguish between different types of web browsing activity, if you will?
Yes.
And when you're distinguishing between different types of web browsing activity, do you ever happen to find yourself investigating whether browsing activity is sort of like passive as opposed to being the product of a specific search.
Yes.
And can you kind of help us understand why might that be important in a cybercrimes investigation?
It would be important to show intention if the user actually generated the content versus if the computer is just generating the content.
And in terms of the daily work that you do as a cybercrimes investigator, is looking for intention a part of that work?
Yes.
And what sort of, I guess, tools do you have at your disposal to look at intention, if you will, in a cybercrimes investigation?
We would just use the tools, the Cellbrite and Axiom, to go through and look at the different URLs that were visited.
Okay, and in looking at different URLs in other cases that you've worked on, have you ever come across a URL with the term K equals in it?
Yes.
And based on your experience in those other investigations, is there any significance to that term K equals?
Yes.
And Your Honor, once again, he's asking him to testify as an expert witness based upon his experience in phone extraction and asking him to come to a conclusion in this particular matter. And he's not an expert witness, so he cannot give a hypothetical opinion in this particular situation, especially when it goes to this particular information and the extraction of it, because he was not a part of that, nor is he an expert.
I think you have to lay a little bit more of a foundation about why an education and training has in being able to distinguish an intentional search versus a passive search before you can get into any answers.
Okay. Well, with respect, Your Honor, that is what I'm trying to do, and I think that the significance is this specific phrase that is in the URL. I don't know how else to ask this question. He's testified that he has come across this particular symbol, K equals, in previous cybercrimes investigations, and that based on his experience, there are implications that can be drawn from that. And I think he's fully equipped, even as a lay witness, to be able to testify about his experience with this type of information.
And he's also indicated that he didn't go to this particular site to do any type of, I guess, homework, so to speak, to verify the answer that prosecution is seeking.
So what sort of education, training, and experience do you have that would tell you that K equals has any meaning at all?
There have been several cases that we've had where we had to look for user-generated search terms, and they've all had that.
Okay. Is that something that you've been taught on the job, or is it something you've learned in experience? I just don't understand how you know that.
Something that I've learned. I've noticed a pattern and I looked it up to see what it meant.
All right, I'll allow them to ask that question.
Okay, so again, I guess based on your experience in cybercrimes investigation, is there any inference that you can draw from the existence of this term K equals in this particular URL that is in row 14 of Exhibit 73?
Yes.
And what is that? What inference can be drawn from that?
That was a user-generated search term. They had to click on the search box and type in that word.
Okay. And if we go down to row 15, what's the URL reflected in row 15?
xvideos.com/?K equals black plus cousin.
And we go down to row 18, what's the URL reflected in row 18?
xvideos.com.
And what's the body of the URL after that?
It's deep anal, my step cousin doggy while my step aunt is not at home.
And then if we go through down to row 25, just as an example, what's the URL reflected there?
xvideos.com/?k equals real plus step plus cousin.
Okay, and Your Honor, recognizing that we're probably not going to conclude this witness today, do you want to keep going?
Well, it's
or?
after 4.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, I didn't recognize that. Yeah, we'll continue tomorrow. See everybody back here at 9:30. All right.
Welcome back to Live Now Detroit. You just finished hearing testimony from the 30th witness in this trial of Jaylin Brazier for the murder of Zion Foster, the disappearance of Zion Foster in January of 2022. We just heard from Detroit Police Department cybercrimes detective Eric Franti. He specializes in investigating cybercrimes. He did extract Jaylin Brazier's phone, and he found some web searches on that phone. He shared those in court today. We've seen multiple searches on a specific porn website, and those searches had very specific keywords relating to either a cousin or step cousin. Detective Franti also testified that the searches were user generated, meaning that these were typed in by Jaylin Brazier. This was not something that popped up on the homepage of the site and he just so happened to click on. These were searches that he put in himself. That was the 30th witness in this trial. It will resume tomorrow at 9:30 in the morning. We'll, of course, be streaming it here live. And that is all for us here today. We're going to toss things on over to Fox Live now. Thanks for joining us. We'll see you tomorrow.
Of work for a significant portion of the population. The impact on the provision of essential services slows down